Okay, good afternoon all. Hope everyone has had a nice long weekend. So let's have a look. So we've had quite a bit of movement overnight actually, and all downwards, quite a reasonable move down. So this is kind of where we are now. So we're down 95 points overnight, which is a fair drop actually. We don't often get that overnight. So Karina, good morning to you. So I did pick up some more evaluations and passed them as well. I picked up 8 evaluations and passed 6 of them, so I'm quite pleased with that. So tomorrow I'll be up to 10 Apex PA accounts and 5 Traderify. It's kind of where I wanted to be. So what I'd try and like to work on next is 5 Take Profit Trader accounts. So I'm quite pleased with that. So let's see how we get on today anyway. We've got some news coming up at 3 p.m. UK time. Some high impact and some medium impact and some Trump speaking later at 7 o'clock UK time. I'll be done and dusted by then. So this thing looks like it's... I did have a look at this, leg up, leg up. I looked at that. It's a little bit sideways and we're getting close to the open. We are open now, but it was getting a bit close to the open, so you don't know whether it's going to trigger you, shoot up, pop up. How you doing, Matt? So I don't know. I've done this from the kind of high of the day. We got a bounce there. It visually looks at about the right angle. Doesn't fit on the bottoms very nice there, but it fits potentially from a bounce yesterday. But on the left chart, it actually fits quite nice there. So that slight variation in the bars, that fits kind of nice. So we're just going to have to see what happens. But at the moment, shorts, I think, are definitely on the table. So that's what we're looking for, I would suggest. So I did have a look at the charts yesterday, but to be fair, it was dead. So Sam, good morning to you, mate. So channel there with a break-in new low. So I'm looking for something here, possibly break new low, a couple of attempts to push up and maybe some continuation. I'm just looking at Bookmap as well. There are big orders down here at 75. So I'm yet to see some charts. Thomas Wade has got the same as me. In fact, he's got that as a bit of an overshoot. Russell, good morning, mate. So he's got that as a bit of an overshoot. I'm not too convinced it is really, because we've only touched twice with today. So whether you have it like that and say it's an overshoot or whether you have it like that, I don't think it matters too much. We've had 2 legs back up and it's continued down. So I'm still looking for shorts at the moment. Maybe we get a couple of legs here, let's say. I haven't seen a chart from Dan yet, just to see what he's got. Well, he has said not sure what's in play. Marco said it looks like chaos. Looks like a couple of legs up here, but we haven't made a new high there, so we'll just continue to watch this and just see what it does. Excuse me. So, love the new stream cover. I just want to, you know what? People keep saying to me, I don't know why you don't try and grow the channel. And it's never really interested me, but someone said to me, look, you're on the front, you're on the screen every single day. So why don't you just try and grow the channel? Because obviously there's money to be earned from YouTube, I suppose, more affiliates. So it kind of makes sense, I suppose. You know, other people are making money off it. You're not charging people because obviously YouTube pays you for views, and same with the affiliates. People don't pay anything, because I've always felt a bit like a cop-out making money from streaming, because I'm just like you guys. I'm not teaching anything, but I suppose me being here every day, I'm not really taking money off people as such, am I? So I thought, yeah, I might try and grow the channel. So I thought I'd try and get something a bit catchy on the I don't know. I'm not necessarily a YouTuber, I think, but 2 legs up there. That's interesting. 2 legs up. Off possible key entry point here. What's that ATR looking? Not too bad. 2 legs up in a bearish bar. It's a bit too early. I think you do a great job. Looking absolutely great. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Who's your story and your picture, mate? Yeah, well, I'm kind of a normal average guy from a normal background. I've got no sort of super education. I've got a basic qualifications. I left school with about 6 GCSEs. From a UK point of view, it's just it's a standard average education. I never went to university. I went to college, but that was catering college, and I became a chef. So I'm not educated. You know, I've just had a normal basic education, and then obviously kind of educated throughout life. So I think a lot of people, you know, I've kind of been there, stuck in what I call the rat race of life, unhappy in a job, not earning enough money, having to save like hell to go on holiday. You know what I mean? We've always had a little bit in the bank, maybe a couple of £1,000 just in case the washing machine goes bang or something like that. So we've always had just a little bit of sensible money, but never a huge amount. And if you'd have said to me 5-6 years ago, why don't you be a trader? My initial reaction would, how can I be a trader? I've got basic education. You know, you tend to hear stories about people who trade for Citibanks as been plucked, fresh-faced, out of university, highly educated. Couldn't have been further from the truth. You don't need any education at all, really. The most basic education, if you can read and write, you can trade. So actually, I've started using ChatGPT, which is, I suppose most of you know it by now. I've not spent a lot of time around AI, but I just said I wanted to grow my YouTube channel. What do you suggest I use as a thumbnail? And it asked me a bunch of questions. What if I did in the past? And it came up with that bricklayer to trader, which is exactly what I did. When I started to learn to trade, I was working on a building site, building houses. And then I did that kind of up to lockdown. And then obviously I turned up on site one morning. Sorry, no, I was due to turn up on site the following morning, and that's when Boris Johnson came out with the you must stay at home malarkey, and kind of life changed. And then obviously I spent the next 3 or 4 months at home, and then I went back to building houses, but I was building houses in the day. Fortunately, I was working up the road, 2 miles up the road, so I was working from around about 7:30 till 5, and then I would sort of trade from 5 till 8 at night. And then obviously once I started to make a little bit of money and I started getting a bit from affiliates, I changed my job to driving trucks Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so I could work all weekend, earn a bit more money and trade in the week. So it just goes to show you, it doesn't matter who you are in life, you can do anything at any time. I mean, I'm 56 years old now. I started trading at 51. But the way I see it, Donald Trump's 24 years older than me, and he's running the most powerful country in the world, amongst other businesses. So it's never too late to change your life and to do something different. You know, one of the things I love about trading is the ability to have this freedom. You know, I haven't got to get up at the crack of dawn in the morning and go and work my arse off for someone else. So I kind of love that. Used to be a waiter. I've done all sorts of stuff, mate. I have. When I left school, I went to college and became a chef. And I did that to win a girlfriend back. Kind of first girl I really fell in love with, and she dumped me for a chef. So I thought, I know what I'll do. So I went to college and became a chef to try and win her back. Never worked, but I did a job that I kind of enjoyed doing. It's weird, and I did that for about 12 years, something like that. So I blame women for wrecking my life. Absolutely, it is, mate. Yeah. You can change your life at any time. You know, one of the biggest things I would suggest to people is never think you're in such a predicament you can't do nothing about it. There's always something you can do about it. There's always a way, always a way. But one thing I love about life, I've always kind of been the same. I've always got my finger in something. You know, I've always got an interest. I'm always learning something new. For me, life's about experiencing many different things. You know, people used to talk about me, my wife, and that, oh, what's he into now? You can't stick at one thing. You know, 1 minute you're fishing, next minute you're doing karate, next minute you're skydiving, then you're scuba diving. For me, I'm not one of the type of people who could do the same sport or hobby or whatever day in, day out and never do anything else with my life. You know, there's so many things to experience out there. For me, I want to try a bit of everything. You know what I mean? Experience everything. So that's kind of how I got into trading, really. So I thought, yeah, I suppose my channel and story is probably interesting to a certain demographic of people. People who may be stuck in the same predicament I was, in a job going nowhere, a bit fed up, earning no money. And all of a sudden, I turn into a guy that's stuck on a building site. I've got a video of me somewhere. I was doing some footings on a building, and it was about 8 inches of mud and water. And I was walking around it, filming it, saying, living the dream. So, but, yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird how life changes you. If you said to me 5 years ago, you're going to be trading, I'd have laughed at you. I'd have just said you're mad. So it just goes to show. You can do anything at any time. There's always a way. Always a way. Never think to yourself you're stuck in a rut you can't get out of. There's always a way. Well, I don't know what's going on here. Have we got 2 legs up? Is this continuing down or is it pushing up? Yeah, that's the beauty of life. Don't ever think you're not in control. You're always in control. You're the one pulling the trigger. It may not seem like it sometimes, but we all go through stages like that where things are a bit tough. You're a bit down and miserable. But there's always light at the end of the tunnel. As long as you got your health, that's all you need. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing here? So we've definitely got this move down, no argument. We've kind of got this move up with a break, an attempt at higher. Triple test here would interest me. Trouble is, if that is a channel and that's a break, I'd expect more than just a little break like that and to come down. So we may get something a little bit more out here. That's if it's a channel. Okay, so I've just found Dan's chart. He's got the same as me. Well, he had it like that. So, so maybe it's an overshoot. It's hard to say. I'm going to put it like that, I think. What I am seeing, though, is us finding a little bit of support up here. Yeah, I did some evaluations. And I passed 6 of them. I was quite shocked. I got 8 evaluations and passed 6 of them. I don't usually have a good win rate. But I traded some here this morning on the NQ round about here. We looked like we were pushing back to the EMA, and I passed 2 really quickly, which is unusual for me. I haven't got a very good hit rate when I sort of go full out. But I did manage to pick 6 more up, so I'll be trading with 10 of those as from tomorrow. And 5 trade if I count. So all I've got to do is focus. I'll tell you, I was watching last night. If there's any traders out there or streamers that I think are particularly good or something stands out, I'll mention them. I know a lot of other streamers don't like to mention other streamers because they think, oh, I'll lose business to him. But, well, he's not such a streamer. He's more of a YouTuber, really. You guys have probably heard of him. What's his name? I've just gone blank. You'll know his name when I mention it. That's odd. I've just drawn a complete blank. I watched his video earlier. But I messaged him last night, actually. Shallan Winter, his name is. Shallan Winter. there was something I remember saying to him about 2 years ago, and he gave me an answer that I thought at the time was a bit of a cop-out, but he was right and I was wrong. Sean Winter, something Sniper's Beast, Future Sniper's Beast is under. Here we go. This guy here, he did stream for a bit, but he doesn't anymore. But I watched this video. Now, this guy is, how's the best way to describe him? He's got a bunch of accounts and he earns quite good money now. But I watched him a couple of years ago and he had, I think, a bunch of $25,000 evaluations and they were down about $800. And I remember saying to him, why don't you just take a risk? I think we had a 90% off at the moment. I said, why don't you just take a risk? Because you're 800 down, you might as well pay for a new evaluation and trade it. And he went, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to trade like that. I want to do it the right way. And at the time, I just thought, you're mad. Why plug away when you're $800 down? But he's actually got the right attitude. That's exactly what the attitude you want. You don't want the attitude like I've had for such a long time, possibly a second triple test here, that if you're down a little bit, there's no way back. Take a risk. If it blow it, blow it. That's why I've blown a ton of accounts and he hasn't. And I told him that yesterday. I said, I remember something I said to you. In fact, I'll show you where the comment. I can't remember where I put the comment now, but yeah, that's it there. I said, but I remember saying to you something once, maybe about 18 months or so ago. He had a $25,000 eval account at the time, and it was about $800 in the red. We had a good discount at the time, and I remember saying to you, why don't you just take a risk and get back in the green? If it doesn't work, just replace the account. You said to me you didn't want to trade like that. That's an attitude not many traders have. It's a solid attitude towards trading. I've never forgot it. I know you'll do really well in trading. Good for you. And he went, either. Yeah, I remember that. Thanks for the support. But having that attitude that just because you're in the red, just because you're down, the worst thing you can do is take bigger risks to try and get your money back, because it never works. And it's taken me a long time to realise that. And certain things I say or certain things I come across in trading stick in my mind. I've got quite I tend to remember things like that, and I remember him saying it, and at the time I thought, that's not what I do, you're mad. But he's got accounts going back 7 or 8 months. So he's got a great attitude. He's made more money than me and he's wasted a lot less. And it took me a long time to realise that. So just keep that in mind. Just because you're in the red or you've had a bad day. And I was looking at, if you watch that video from yesterday, he had days where he was $6,000 down. I think he had $6,000 up, then he was $6,000 down, then $7,000. And at some days he was getting hammered, but he just carried on as normal and got those days back. So try not to have that attitude that I had for such a long time, that if you're in the red, the only option is to take a risk, and if not, throw more money at it. That absolutely does nothing. It's the worst thing to do, and it took me a long time to start to realise that. So always, that to me is kind of like a sportsman's attitude, a championship sportsman's attitude. You know, people like Andy Murray, they may be 2 sets down. It doesn't mean you give up. And it's those people with that strength of mind and character that do well in life. And I'm pretty sure he's going to do well. I know he makes some money. I know he has some good payments, but it's a great attitude to have, that is. Sorry if I'm rabbiting on a bit today, but so we've got some news coming up in 10 minutes. So that looks like a bit of a fail breakout here. And on this, we've got a channel break new high. I'd say there's more chance of this coming down. Leg, 2 legs back and a leg. That looks like a more significant break from this channel. So I think this will eventually work down, but we got this news coming up. So I think the option is, so we got a leg up there and a leg up there. So there are some orders, some big sad orders up here that I can see on Bookmap. There's not much above there, so I would suggest there's traders with shorts up here ready to trade this back down, I'm guessing. So let's put that there. Okay. These short, okay, there's them short orders. Now let's see if they get absorbed or it pushes price down. In fact, there are more orders. $437. More orders up here. It's hard to say at the moment. So, let's see if this thing comes down. Okay, so we've got some news coming up in 7 minutes, so make sure you're flat. I'm going to adjust that a little bit. It's irrelevant now anyway, because we've had a break and a new high, so. I try to, mate, yeah. It's just a number that I've kind of got used to. Now, the ATR is a little bit higher at the moment, but for me, 3 points is around about the 1-to-1. Most of the time, the ATR's around about the 2.25, 2. So, yeah, I kind of like 1-to-1, I do. I like to think that a losing trade will be rectified by a winning trade. I kind of worked my way up to it. I went from a point to 6 ticks to 2 points and then up to 3. I just went through the numbers. And I kind of like, so for the majority of the time, I like to leave it to that. But obviously, when you're in a trade, you got your nerves going a bit, haven't you? But it depends. If that ATR is particularly low, there's not much room to the high, but it's a good, to the lows or highs, it's a good setup. I may take a little less, a couple of points, but I'd say sort of 8 or 9 times out of 10. 3 points works for me, I think. I mean, it's irrelevant what you do, really, to a degree. If you go for 2 points, you're going to win more trades than if you go for 5 points. 5 points, you're going to win more money, but you're going to win less trades. So it swings and roundabouts, really. I think you're probably going to make similar sort of money, but it depends on you, really. Some people don't mind sitting in a trade for a little bit longer. Other people like to get in out. I mean, I've talked to Dan about this a few times, and he goes for 6 ticks. And I remember when he was going for just 4, and I said, 98% of your trades go for 2 or 3 points. Why don't you go for more? And he said he finds it hard enough to sit through 4 ticks, let alone more. But he has moved up to 6 ticks now. So, I mean, if you've got records of your previous 100 trades, and you find that 97% of the time you're making 2 points on a trade and you're only scalping a point, it's an absolute no-brainer to go for more. But what you need to do, and it's something it took me a while to do this, you have to, if you crunch the numbers, you have to sit through every single trade as you were doing it on a sim. Otherwise the numbers don't work. There's no point in saying I've crunched the numbers, I'm financially better off going for 3 points, and then when you get into a trade, every other trade you're coming out at 2 points because you're losing your nerve. You still kind of have to sit through it. So you've got to be prepared to sit through it when it's a little bit more uncomfortable. And when you're scalping a point, most times it'll push straight up and hit your profit. But when you're going for a little bit more, sometimes you'll get a little bit of a pullback in between, and that can unnerve you a little bit. So for the most, I try and keep my finger off when I'm in a trade. Just try and sit back and just bite my nails. But I'm still trying to focus on trying to just get rid of that feeling of what if I lose type thing. It's took me a while to kind of start to get control. I used to get nervous as hell in a trade, but I'm much better. And I think when you get to a stage where you start to make a bit of money, you get a little bit more self-belief in yourself. And then you kind of understand that, yes, you will lose the odd trade, but overall you're going to be profitable. And that's that doubt. Trouble is, when you're learning to trade, there's that much in the way of failure. It's very hard to believe you're ever really going to be able to do it. And that's why sometimes you take risks, because you feel like I need to take a risk and give myself a boost so I can get to payment level. You know, you don't have that belief in yourself that you can get there from skill alone. But after a while, it does start to come. Understandable. Win rate is, I'm trying to go from 4 ticks to 8 ticks. Yeah. Put it this way, I remember looking through weeks of max trades, and I think I remember noting down 105 trades he marked, and I think 102 went for 2 points or more. So if you're moving from 1 to 2 points, you can afford to lose a trade every third trade and still make money. But this made money 102 times out of 105. It was an absolute no-brainer. Having said that, if it's a crap trade, sometimes you might get lucky and get 4 ticks, whereas you won't. So if you take a bad trade in the wrong direction and it goes for 4 ticks and then stops you out, don't feel bad about it. You've made the wrong trade choice. It's not the fact that you were going for 3 points instead of 1. You know, don't say to yourself, well, if I'd have been taking 1, it would have worked. It doesn't really matter that. If you're getting it in the wrong direction, sometimes you will get lucky in 4 ticks. But in this day and age, 4 ticks for me, it just isn't enough. I mean, at the moment, the ATR is 3. So the average bar will be 3 points. So let's say tick above, tick below. You're risking 3.5 points to make a point. So if you win 4 trades and you lose 1, that could potentially put you in the red. So you've got to have a very high win rate trading. Now, Mac touched on this maybe 12 months ago. He said if you can't afford to go for a runner, the numbers don't work. You need to be going for more points, maybe a couple of points. But he's also mentioned really 20 or 25% of your contract sizes, that's what you would go for your runner. So you would need to be trading 4 or 5 contracts to have 1 runner. Now that is possible if you trade on micros. 10 micros is the same as 1 mini. So you could do 8 micros and trade 2 as a runner. But I'm not a fan of runners. I like to get in me trades and out of me trades. If you're sat in a runner, there's a few things that can go wrong. So that's the news anyway. Is that big? Well, that's the key, mate. It's hard to say. That's why I haven't added colour to it. It's an area of interest, not necessarily. Having said that, with that move down, it's not unusual to get a move back that far. So it's hard to say at the moment. If I'm confident in it, I'll add some colour to it. So if we've pulled down that far, you know, we could pull back 50% and come down. We could have kind of a leg, and it may work down. We could still get a second leg down potentially. So we've got a channel with a break, a couple of pushes to a new high. We could pull down from here. So it's hard to say really. So I wouldn't even consider taking a short until we got below that EMA. No, I'm not a fan of runners. Maybe I'll change in the future, but you know, I see somebody like some traders will follow a runner up a little bit of time. I'll see Thomas Wade sometimes, and I've seen the market go up 8 to 10 points, and he hasn't moved his stop, and it'll come down and get him. And I'm thinking, sometimes if he's going for 3 points, you're better off just to take your profit. I mean, if you're scalping for 3 points, every time you get instead of having a runner, you can guarantee you get 3 points. If you lose your runner 3 times in a row and your main scalp is 3 points, you've then got to get a minimum of 9-point runner just to get back to break even. And then if you have a 4th trade which takes out your runner, you've got to get a minimum of a 12 points then. So if you're scalping a point, it may be more beneficial for a runner, but if you're going for 3 points, and bearing in mind, this is just my opinion. This is, you know, everybody, I've heard Max saying before, runners are personal. That may be your little bit of fun that you could try and get a bigger win or whatever, but I just like to get in and out. But yeah, it depends. Everyone's a little bit different. So we've had this channel up there with a break, new high, and then we have 2 more pushes, find a bit of support. So this is key now. Do we bounce and continue higher, or does this push down and maybe start to potentially test these lows? To be honest with you, when I get into a trade, I'm a coward. I just want to get out as quick as possible. Yeah, I am a bit of a big girl when it comes to being in trades. I don't mind admitting. We've all got strengths and weaknesses, haven't we? So, is this now going to continue to start to work down? We shall see. Dark again today. Stick a light on. A bit brighter. So there is a possible failure there. Prices are above that EMA at the moment, so there's still orders up here, short orders, so and I'm guessing those orders are going to be at the 50% level. Let's see. So there's overnight highs. There's the lows. Now there's the 50% level there, which is about 32. And we've got short orders up here at around about 32. So it may push up. So yeah, there's orders are at the 50% level. So if traders are trading this to go short, we know the 50% level is generally a good area of interest. And whether it gets that far before it continues down, who knows? I generally don't use the Fibonacci really, but it's interesting just to see what it's showing. So channel break new low on the left side here. do that. Put that there like that. So I think we've had a break at a new low. It looks like it on the opposite side. So channel down with a break and a new low. So do we get a bounce here? Or does this push through that EMA and start to work down? I think the latter. So channel break, new low, that's played out. So we did bounce at this 38% level here. There's kind of a failure there, but we've already broke below that bar. Is this going to come down? It could do. But there is a little bit of support around there, so I wouldn't want to go short into that, just in case this thing hasn't finished. I like the way it's snug under there, but we're kind of at the lows now, so it could have a bounce. We have still got orders up here. So if you'd have took that short there, this is looking very much likely. It may get taken out, you never know. You have got support there. You can see it across there. You can see it a couple of times there, there, twice there, and a couple of times here. So it may have a little bounce. So channel break, new low. Is this going up? Stacking up a bit now. So okay, so it did hold that, at least at the moment. It's nice and tight under that EMA, and sometimes that does help. If this thing is continuing down, the closer that is under that EMA, usually the safer it is. In this case, it may hold. It's not pushing down with any rate of knots. But it does look like it may continue down. So 1, 2, 3 bull bar there, 1, 2, 3 triple test triggered. Looks like it's going to get stopped out, yeah. So there's bound to be traders looking for longs in. We've got 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, triple test. That triggered, came straight down, stopped out, which is telling me I kind of err on the side of bearish now. Having said that, we stopped that out and pushed back up. So it's still a bit stacked up. But isn't it weird that it just goes to show you, doesn't it? If there's bound to be traders thinking this is going up and looking for an entry, and we've got 1 bounce, 2 bounce, triple test, sat right on there, triggered by 1 tick, came straight down, stopped out. So there is still a lot of orders up here, and as we know, price moves towards liquidity. So it's still going to have to get through aggressive sellers, but it could get up here. But I don't know. Trouble is that support level there is holding. We have pushed through it a few times, but then as soon as we've got through that, that's pushed up. So on this side, you could argue channel break new low, it may continue up. Or if we're still in this channel, it may be a break. We could get second entry short and it could come down. I'm not so sure either way at the moment. What I do know is we are finding some support there. So do I really want to continue to look for shorts into that area? That little bit of liquidity there, that big bearish bar has been cleared. Yeah, still loads of orders up here. There's a second entry short there. It's quite a strong bar, that is, but because there's such a lot of support there, I'm just staying out of this at the moment. Just in case it bounces and pushes up. I don't think it will. I think it's bearish enough, it's more likely, but we could have already, if you look on here, we've already had a break and a new low, so you've got to take into consideration there, but I'm quite happy to leave that at the moment because there's a few uncertainties here. So I go for 3 points. So if I get in a tick below there, I would have, well, maybe not. I'd have probably just got out there. There is going to be liquidity below there and quite likely here, so it may have a quick shove down. Trouble is, I've got this different, there's a possible channel there. I don't like that gap there, but on this side, I've got this as a channel with a break, 2 pushes to a new low, so it could hold and push up. You can see it's holding right the way along here, which is why I didn't want to go short there, because if it carries on suit, it may trigger you, come down here, stop that bar out there, and get a bounce here. So if it gets below there, then it'll have that little shove. Yeah. Okay, so it did work. I just didn't want to go short into all that lot. Yeah, I can't see. Range rules though, congested. Engulfing bar, so congested. Yeah, I think most people are looking at that. Yes, you could argue, but because it's so congested along that bottom and we're holding support, it is a little bit dangerous going into there. I expect that bar to get stopped out because I think that is floating off the bottom. So if you're scalping a point there, you may get that. I think you probably will for a point. Yeah, you will have done so. Trouble is, there's so many orders up here, you don't know whether price is going to continue up, but this does look like now. So we've got this move up. We could have 2 attempts to go lower, and it may continue up for a second leg. Depends how you've got this, really. There's ways you could draw this, so we've already had a break and a new low, and then we push up, make 2 attempts to go down, and we continue on up. So I don't think this is completely out of the woods yet. You know, we could do something like that and it may continue up for a second leg, push up, 2 legs back. So there's still a little bit of uncertainty here for me. So channel break and new low, that's played out. It's taken any liquidity out there. Any liquidity prior to that is gone, and as we know, market often clears liquidity before it moves off. You can see it's broken below all those lows, so it could now potentially continue higher. Whether it will or not is a different matter, but look at that, it's continued up now. Now, a couple of people have said range rules there. I wouldn't necessarily consider that a range just yet, because we've only really been up once. Yes, we've had a few bounces, but it doesn't necessarily look like a typical range to me. It just looks like congestion along a bit of support here with a quick touch at the top. If you look on the left, you definitely wouldn't say that is range rules at all, would you? So for me, it's just sit tight time at the moment. Marco took that off the bottom. We cleared out that liquidity. Okay, let me see if there's something larger here. There may well be. There could be something larger there. Let me just get rid of these. Just going to add a bit of colour to that. There's a lower high on this side. It's just something about this I'm not a massive fan of at the moment, because we got a channel up there with a break. We haven't made a new high yet. So I don't want to take that lower high there. It's starting to look like it may be stacking up a touch here, so I'm just going to sit tight here. Never triggered anyway. Channel break new high. There is a second entry short there. It's very tempting. Such a big bar though. It's just something about this I'm not super confident with. It's a big ass bar, and it is stacked up side by side here, so it is a channel with a break and a new high, but just there's something about this I'm not a fan of. What I'm seeing here is we've pushed down, cleared any liquidity, and pushed up relatively strongly. So there is a possibility this could, as I say, I'm not convinced we're not over moving up to the upside now. Fortunately, it didn't trigger because it wouldn't have worked. So I'm just going to sit tight here. It's a second entry short there. At the moment, I'm just a little bit uncertain of direction. It may work. Push up like that looks like the type of trade that would work. Looks like two little legs up. Maybe it will, but I'm a bit unsure about direction at the moment. Is this trying to make another attempt up? So I'm just leaving things alone at the moment and straight away backtracked. And I'm guessing it's going to get stopped out, which is a failure there. There's going to be some stops above there, so and we know there's orders up here. So now we're getting stacked up again. See, I'm guessing really, I think the safest option there is to put that down as a channel with a break and a new low. So that trade did work. It does look like one of those types of trade that would work, but at the moment we're just a bit choppy. So direction isn't clear. I think Dan took that actually. It does look like a nice setup for a short. The only issue I have is it's still a bit choppy here. So I'm a little bit... Trouble is we're a little bit sideways and there. It's a little bit... It could trigger and push up a bit, clear this area out. No, tell a lie, I don't think he did that. I think he took off the bottom, I think he took. Yeah, he didn't say that. My mistake. Love the title, Nate. How you doing, mate? All right. Thank ChatGPT for that. I was putting some... I might try and grow the channel. A few people telling me, why don't you? Like the other trader YouTubers out there making a lot of money from YouTube. I kind of felt a bit of a fake doing it, but it's paid by YouTube and affiliates, not by you guys. So if I'm sat here every day, maybe. So, what is going on here? Yeah, smash that like button then. Smash that like button. I did put the comments back on. I got rid of the comments because I started getting this guy called Money Max. His name is the people have talked about him for a few years. And he just used to give you right slagging for some reason. And I found after a while it got in my head because I was going through that stage where I was failing a lot and blowing accounts a lot. Now I'm actually making some money and I'm in a much better place. But it's weird. I got rid of the comments for about 4 or 5 months, and then I decided to put them back. And the very first day, that guy give me a load of comments as well. But I'm not bothered anymore. I know what my capabilities are now. I know where my strengths and weaknesses are, and I am coming out the ditch, so to speak. Be interested to see now whether I get a message from him. Yeah, no, he didn't take a short there. It was that long he took there as a foul breakout. Yeah, there is. In all fairness, I was a crap trader, like we all are when I kind of started. But when you kind of got doubts and you're frustrated with yourself anyway, when someone comes along and gives you a right ribbing, it just makes you feel like shit, doesn't it? I've got to say, I've never done it to anyone. I don't think it's right. What I don't get is no one's in competition with each other. Now, I can sit here next to my best mate trading the market. It doesn't matter whether he makes money or I make money. It's irrelevant. We don't get affected. It's not like having two, I don't know, carpentry businesses working in the same patch and you're taking business. It doesn't matter. You could make an absolute fortune for the market and I couldn't. It wouldn't make a bit of difference. So I've never quite understood what why people have got to run people down. You know, I've had lots of people message me over the kind of the last 4 or so years saying they really had a bad day. I'm struggling. What do I do? And I think the best option is to just give them some support. And one of the things I think it's important to let them know is how you're reacting as a trader, as an experienced trader, is perfectly normal. You're a human being and that's how we act. We panic. It's life. It's a fact. And you need to trade for long enough so that trading just becomes a normal, boring, everyday job. And it doesn't kind of take over your whole emotions. And eventually it'll start to fade away and start to become less of a problem. And when someone's having a tough time, just to have a go at them, it just don't work. It just makes them feel like shit. But there are some mean people out there who just kind of love to. And the only conclusion I can come to is if people are struggling themselves, they kind of feel the need to give other people a hard time. I don't quite understand it, but it's just kind of how it is. There's always people out there. It doesn't matter. You know, it's funny when I buy stuff, we shop at Amazon quite a lot and we always look for the highest amount of positive comments, don't we? You never get 5 out of 5. You could buy the best item in the world. Someone will always moan about it. People have got different standards, haven't they? Some people have just got to moan about absolutely everything in life. It's crazy, isn't it? It's a bit hard to know what's going on here. 1 minute it looks bearish, next minute we're pushing up strong. But no, I find the best course of action when someone is feeling like crap is just to give them a bit of support. Because it's amazing how much better you can... You know, I had loads of people messaging me when I'd had a really rough day saying, oh, don't worry about it, you'll get over it. It's the part of doing business and all that. And it does make you feel better. So if you've got two options, you make someone feel better or make them feel like shit. Why would you choose the latter? Doesn't make sense. Triple test there. Someone's mentioned a triple test. Yes, it looks like a triple test, but we've got a channel up here without a break and a new extreme. So I'm sitting tight here. Irrelevant whether it works or not. The trouble is we had a triple test there. That pushed down and made a new low, and now we're back up again. So I'm just sitting tight here. What I don't like is the fact that we've got a channel up there with a break, which means we could push up and make a new high. And all of a sudden, that trade there doesn't seem as good. Now, obviously it depends. So you'd have got a 0.5 out of that so far. There is a lower high on that side. I'm still not convinced at the moment because of a channel with a break. As we know, most of the time we'll make a new extreme. And there is always the possibility we've got a bigger channel here with a break and a new low. Quite a bit of support here, and now this may start to push up. So at the moment, I'm just staying out of this. So we've had two bounces on that EMA, so this may continue up. So we've got a channel there with a break, and as we know, most of the time we'll make a new high, but we are finding support up here, so maybe we won't. But I'm glad I stayed out of the trade now, because we're now going sideways. Would I have got my 3 points? Possibly. Depends how I got in. I may have done. It's fine though. It's irrelevant for me. We've got a channel up there. We haven't had a break of it. So it may push up. Yeah, there's a lot. If you look on Bookmap, there's a lot of orders up here, not so many down here. So we know price moves towards liquidity. Now, you've obviously got to take into consideration aggressive buyers and sellers, but I don't think this thing's given up going higher as of yet. And we're going sideways. So let's see if that would have got stopped out. I'm guessing it will have done. So channel break, new high, I'm guessing. Now, fortunately, it would have made 3 points, but it's irrelevant to me. The trade for me was pushing back up, so I'm glad I stayed out of it, regardless of whether it would have worked or not, because I can see a channel with a break, and I'm looking for a new extreme, which we got. There's something I don't like about this. It looks like it's played something out, which means we could move up. And as I say, I had that there possibly as well. So we could have had a break, new low, a little bit of sideways with then a move up. So for me, the best option was to stay out there. It doesn't matter whether it made a few points, 3 points. I expected it to push up, which it did. So there's a bunch of orders now once we get around about here. So we could be testing this out. We have cleared out any liquidity along here. But this is a little bit, it's weaving up and down a bit, isn't it? Channel break new high, so that's played out. Okay, I'm going to let this do what it wants to do. I'm just going to take a quick few-minute break and make a cup of tea. I'm not trying this at the moment. It's just chopping up down a little bit. I don't know whether we're moving up or whether we're moving down, but at the moment it's just a little bit unclear. So I'll make a quick cup of tea and I'll be back. Do I not trade? No, it doesn't make a difference to me, mate. No, I still trade as normal. Now, if it got particularly low, what I then may do is adjust my profit a little bit. So if it gets down, and it doesn't often, if it gets down to something like 1.5, which is quite rare, then I may go for maybe just 2 points, because you've got to capture much more of a move. But no, it's just a guideline really of the average size of the bar really. I kind of like it around about the 2.5, because if I go for a trade, a tick above, tick below, it's about, you're risking on average about 3 points, which is what I kind of go for profit. So no, I don't really pay much attention. I like to know what it is. I mean, when we had all those issues with the tariffs, it went ridiculously high. I mean, some days we had it at 14 or 16. The trouble is then your signal bars are going to be much more of a risk. And I think what I did and many others is went on to micros. Then you can adjust things to fit a bit more with micros. So, you know, if the ATR's at 10, 3 times higher what it normally is, you know, if you're averaging $200 risk, you're averaging $600 risk. So then you can go onto micros and have a lot more flexibility then. So it's just a guideline really. Are we now likely to test these lows? I suppose it depends what sort of reaction we get now we've broken this level here. We could come back and test this and then push down further. So, you know, how we looking? Move down like that, kind of push up. We made 3 attempts to push higher and then push down below price at the moment. So we could come down and test these lows. Hard to say. Let's have a quick look on Bookmap. This heat map up here, you can see there's way more orders up here. Doesn't mean it can't come down. Obviously depends on the aggressive buyers and sellers as well. But we have got buy orders down here, around about here, so maybe 2 legs down. There may be buyers trying to push this back up either into the range or up. So it's not super clear at the moment. A lot of this is dying out now, so a lot of these passive short orders are dying out. They're getting yanked, which is telling me if people are trying to short up here to push down, it's probably already gone far enough to possibly not come back. That's just my kind of thoughts, but you can see it was a lot more dense here, wasn't it? And we didn't get up to this high. We're up to the 120s and above. We didn't quite get up there. And I'm guessing if price went up there, sellers would be thinking about, we've had a couple of bounces at this level, let's think about shorting. But I'd say there's more of a chance now that price continues down in some form to test this area, possibly break the lows. So if this is a channel, which it could be, it's hard to say, it could be, it's not the most obvious one, but it could be, which means often price, as we know, will make a new low, or there's a good possibility that we could come down and have a second leg. You never know. Okay, so we've got Max. Okay, so Max got that as a break. So that's Max chart. So he's already got that a break and a new low. So there's no reason really for it to come back down. He's more or less got the same thing. He's got the same thing I have. You can see it there with a break and a new low. And he's got a range, same as me. He's got that bit popping out the top, that bit popping out the bottom. So Yeah, so that's more or less what we know. So is it going to continue down? It certainly looks like it. So just because he's got that doesn't mean there isn't a bigger channel there. It's just how he's looking at that. So at least always nice to know what he's thinking. So this does look like it's trying to test this area. Sort of, yeah. I have mine set to 2 losses. So if I lose 2 losses, and I have, if you look at my ATM strategy, I've got my stop locked. Stop. Say that again. I've got my stop locked. So when I open a trade for one contract, my stop opens at 6 points, which is $300, and I move it into place. Once I move it into place, I can only move it towards profit. I can't move it away. So at the moment, the average risk may be 3 points, which is $150. So if I lose 2 trades, I can't trade. It blocks me out. I have something called Garden Angel. It blocks me out for the day. Now, if I'm risking 4 points, that's $200. And if the HL was a bit high, I could potentially lose $400 in a day with 2 losses. So that's kind of where I like to be. In all honesty, I rarely take 2 trades in a day. I did it one day the week before last, and I haven't done it for a while. There's not a huge amount of setups around, so if I get one in a day, I'm usually more content. Now, you read a lot about psychology and traders, and a common thing for traders is getting greedy and going for more. I actually do the opposite. So I've got some really bad habits, and I've got some good ones. If I take a loss, sometimes my trade standard can drop, but if I take a win, it's rare I take another one, and that's a good plus for me, because you do hear about traders getting greedy and they want more and they end up giving profit back. I hate giving profit back, so that's one of my good habits that I have. Don't ask me where it comes from, but I'm quite content. You don't get many trades in a day. I wouldn't definitely say I take a trade every day. I don't. So when I do take a trade in a day, I'm more than happy to. You can relax then, can't you? You've earned your money. You know, if you've got a bunch of accounts, I'll have 15 accounts on the go tomorrow. So $150. What's that? 50. That's 2,225 after fees. It's plenty for a day that you can earn a really nice living. So I try to keep it in mind. Less is more. Sometimes you take more trades, it doesn't work in your favour. It took me a long time to filter my trade choice down. I was taking 6 or 8 trades a day when I started, but then sooner or later you filter out the crap, and then you're left with generally the better choice. But unfortunately, there's less of them then. But that's fine. Much better to take an average of 4 trades a week rather than take 7 trades a week and lose 3 of them. No, my choice is the $50,000 accounts. They're a lot easier to pass. You've got to get $3,000. With the 150, you've got to get $9,000. And to be honest with you, you can trade plenty of contracts on the 50s. I wouldn't turn my nose up at them. I just find I fail a lot more of them than I do the 50s. So I do trade evaluations aggressively, especially at the moment when they're like $17 a piece. It's very easy. It just I took some earlier. You can see mine on here. I passed one yesterday. One yesterday, one last night, and 4 today, which is surprising for me. My win rate, usually, I like to say for every 4 I take, I pass 1. I took 8 and passed 6, so that's good for me. I just happened to catch the market just before, and the NQ I tend to trade them on. NQ tends to move a bit quicker, and you can tend to get in and out your profit. I mean, you can blow an account even quicker, but if you just catch the right direction, I'll show you where I took a trade this morning. I think it was here. We had that second entry short, and it pulled down. No, tell a lie, it was on the NQ. That's why it looks a bit different. Let's just flip over the NQ. Yeah, it was that short there. I'll tell you what it was. I got in about here. I saw that bearish bar that I got in about here, and that worked up and past the first one. And then we had that little pullback there, and I just happened to jump in there, and it went up and across. So I passed 2 this morning. So it worked okay. That trouble is, this doesn't move that fast, so you can blow them a lot quicker as well. But they're $17 each at the moment, which is about £13 English, which that's the price of 2 pints of beer. So I don't mind taking a little bit of a risk while they're cheap. Not only that, they're $85 for fees at the moment. They're usually $140, so they're $55 cheaper for the PA fees as well. So it's quite a saving, that is, which is why I tended to try and speed things up a bit. You stop trading by a certain time. You look for a trade. I used to. Well, I tend to get to the charts now for around about 1:30, which is an hour before the general opening, and I probably trade to about 5:30. Sometimes I'll trade 2:30 to 5:30, but I kind of like 3 to 4 hours. Something like that. Obviously, I'm in the UK, so 5:30, 6 o'clock is usually dinner time, isn't it? So I tend to finish around there and go, with the family. But trading this style, it's quite intense. It's quite full on. And you're glued. A lot of other traders who are trading maybe the hourly or the 4 hourly will drop a trade in and then they can go off and do other things. Whereas this, there is a second entry short there. It's just something I'm not sure at the moment. That channel has played out and we're getting some support here, so I'm just going to sit tight. So yeah, it's quite hands-on this. You've got to stay glued to the chart, and 3-4 hours can zonk you out. Whereas, if I was trading the 15-minute or the 30-minute, I'd probably drop a trade in there and go off and do some other things. But when you're focused, it can take it out of you a little bit, I think. I was tempted to have a go at that, but I'm going to sit tight at the minute because it's a little bit choppy. I like the fact that it's tight under that EMA, but I'm not too sure whether I think this is going to continue down. We've had a channel down with a break and a new low, and we're bouncing on support, so you don't know whether that might be a turning point or at least temporarily. And straight away, if you'd have taken that trade, you'd be thinking, oh, have I done the right thing now? Do I need to get out, or is it going to continue down? So at the moment, I think this is still a little bit too congested to be comfortable. There's no reason why we can't have a leg and leg and it just pops up and clears it out. It may not, but we've got orders at 402. I can see them on Bookmap. So there's shorts up here. So price may pop up, stop that out and trigger these shorts and then possibly come down. So if you'd taken that trade there, see, you'd have to rely on a little bit of luck now, because you wouldn't have even got a point there. It would have to have triggered tick through 9 times out of 10, so you wouldn't have got a scalp, even a point scalp there. And this is looking a bit precarious, isn't it? That looks to me like a leg and a leg, so I'll be amazed if it doesn't break above there, which is exactly what it did. It had a little bit of a push as well, because there's probably going to be a few stops there. And we have got some orders up here. Look on Bookmap around about there, so it may pick up those orders and then possibly, potentially drop back down. But because we've had that channel with a break and a new low and we've gone sideways, it could possibly reverse. I don't really know. So you just never know, really. You could get a possible second entry short up here and fade the range. It's a little bit of a range, isn't it? So picked up them orders, or we picked up some of them. Yeah, we have now, I think. So second entry short. It's tempting to go short there, but I think for me, I feel more comfortable with a lower high. We still haven't hit all those orders. There's 2 legs up. I don't think it's a bad trade, actually. See how it finishes. Probably it's a big ass bar. See if we get a lower high. 14 ticks, tick above, tick below. That's 16 ticks. That's a 4-point risk. Yeah, it looks like it's going to work. It's just rather big. You may not have even got triggered on it, to be fair. So it's gone down about 10 ticks below there, and now it's backtracking. So you'd have got 2 points, and now it's coming back. That's always a concern. See, if that was a good setup with such a bearish bar, I'd expect that to push down to at least the bottom, but it didn't. It is 2 legs up. I mean, sometimes they do work. Trouble is, if Mac showed you this work and price went down to here, you're thinking straight away 2 legs up and it moved for plenty. Tend to not think about all this little bit of sideways stuff while you're in there. So it did work nicely. I didn't mind the setup, to be honest with you. It was just rather a large bar, and we'd already had a channel played out and had a new low, so I'll be surprised if a few people didn't take that. Mind you, on this chart here, it didn't look very good anyway. It was only on the second chart, which is probably why. So let's have a look. Don't go further than 3 now. Yeah, I think that's enough for this. I probably do about the same. Usually I get to the charts about 1:30. I set everything up and then I'm just in and out if there's no setup. So say 2 o'clock, 3, 4, 5, 5:30. Yeah, about 3.5 hours. I think it's enough. I think it's enough. It is quite a hands-on style of trading this. You have got to stay at your computer. You can't really walk away as such. If you were trading an hourly, it's a different story, isn't it? You know, your trade might be going for 3, 4, 5 hours, so you can kind of walk away. So let's see if we test the bottom of this here. We may do. So we got a channel there, which I like. If we can get a second entry short and test the bottom here, we may have an option. But sometimes when price is quite obvious where it's going, it doesn't get anywhere near there, or certainly doesn't get a setup. Let's see if we can get a second entry short here or something. And there is technically a failure there. Second entry long, possible failure. We've got orders down here at 90, see, around about here, so interesting. Something like that could well be. Got a lower high here. I did consider that bar there. We got a channel break new high. Chart like that. Something about that I don't like though. No, it's trouble is it's looking like it's attempting to come down. So it's finding a channel or something to kind of follow on. Now, the EMA obviously is a big part of it. I mean, if you got rid of any type of channels and generally followed the EMA, you wouldn't go far wrong, but I kind of like to have both to make that decision. So I don't think it's the worst trade in the world. I would prefer it a little bit more bearish, a little bit more red. I mean, it did kind of close in the bottom third. I don't know. What I found now is after you've been trading a while, you don't bother counting as such. Now, you can count by the leg. It's a second entry short. It's more important how it looks for me. If it looks right, it looks good, then I'll have a go at it. I won't count so much. I'm not really bothered about counting. You can see 2 legs and 2 moves. And I tend to just let how I feel judge whether I take the trade or not. It's like when you've been driving a while, you can let your feet and hands do all the work without really thinking about what you're doing. So I tend to rely on that kind of instinct and gut feeling that you tend to build up. It's easy when you see what price did or has done, but at the time, before we know, now, you know, we've had this chat a lot of times about the trades that Mac marks after the fact. It's easy to mark half a dozen trades after you can see what the price did, because you can see a second entry short and you can see it worked. But at the time, you've got to kind of rely on experience and feeling to make that decision. And it's not that straightforward. You know, you've either got to think. I think you're much better off if you're not sure waiting. One of the good things is if you're not sure about something and you leave it alone, you're guaranteed not to lose a penny. You know, trading's not about just consistently making money. It's avoiding those trades that make you lose money. You never will completely. But if it doesn't feel right, and if you feel like, oh, let's have a go, you get that type of, you know, feeling, oh, all right, let's just have a go. You know, sometimes the longer you've been sat here, the more chance you've got of letting that kind of impulsiveness jump ahead of you rather than letting your kind of brain make the decision. So I always think you're best off because you won't lose a penny. And I've got no problem going through a trading day without losing a penny. That's fine with me. So I think if you're not sure, the best, and it's a good habit to get into that. I remember Dan said something to me a few months ago. He went, wait for a trade to come back that you're expecting rather than taking one impulsively. So if I'm thinking, okay, if prices are coming back to here now, I'll get an order ready. If we get this, I'll take the trade. You know, a lot of times we see something quickly and we'll go, let's give it a go. And that kind of impulsiveness can kind of get you into trouble. And it's all about trading and losing and learning. And eventually, like any kind of job in life, you get better at it. You know, if you're a carpenter, carpentry is a pretty skilled job. It takes a long time. And when I was a bricklayer, it's not just about laying bricks. It's about identifying potential problems where things tend to go wrong. I mean, if you're laying bricks up to the top of a window and the window's wrong, a lot of the times they'll put a plastic frame in for a window and it'll be wrong measured. You don't measure it right. And I might follow up with the brickwork and it might be wrong. I mean, if you've got brick, if you laid 10 courses of brick and they're 15 mil out, you've got to take 10 courses of brick down and average that gap out. So it's about identifying things that can go wrong and potential problems. And that's where experience comes in. And it's the same with trading. Something doesn't feel right or it doesn't look right. You know, there was a trade earlier that I went, I'm not sure about this because of this, and it triggered me and would have stopped me out. So that'll happen more and more. And it's a nice feeling when you start to identify areas that are risky and you leave them alone and they would have gone against you. And it kind of then solidifies that you are learning. And if you watch price every day, prices are pretty much do the same thing over and over. But, you know, there are times where they're a bit unpredictable, and it's just, you know, it's kind of recognizing something that doesn't feel quite right and staying out of it. But it takes a long time to get there. It really does. Frustrating a long time because it looks easy. You know, you sat in front of watching green and red bars all day. All I've got to do is press the buy button or press the sell button. Now, it's not rocket science. It kind of seems really easy. If price is going down, I'll just sell it. How hard can it be? All I've got to do is click a mouse. But to do it consistently, that's where that experience comes out. I've heard Mac talk about trading like doctors. It's a real skill that takes time. But when you look at what doctors have to do and the amount of studying they have to do, you think, how can it? But if a job takes you 5 or 6 years to study, it's just like, you know, and being a doctor is obviously you need to be relatively educated. And you need to have the worst handwriting in the world. That's a given. But it's like most jobs. It looks easy, and that's where people kind of fall foul. Yeah, so can you see this now? If this pushes down and bounces off the bottom and bounces off the top again, and then we get that confirmation this is a really lovely fitting channel, that trade there wouldn't have seemed so bad. But channels are an ongoing process. They're constantly developing and changing. At the end of the day, we can see what a perfect channel is. And all of a sudden, that trade there, Macklemark, was a good setup. Well, we didn't know it was at the time because we didn't have the luxury of seeing price hit the bottom, hit the top, and hit the bottom again and make a bigger channel. So it's easy to mark a channel after the fact. The clever bit is to mark it and trade it in real time. I'm guessing if that continues to play out, Mac will more than likely mark that. But yeah, it's like that thing, isn't it? I'd rather feel sure about a trade before I take one. But it does look like we're... see what I mean? Mac had this channel marked differently. But when he marks it later, I wouldn't be surprised if he changes it. And then we've obviously got our break and then our new low. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about the way Mac marks some of the charts. Don't get me wrong, I like the guy. I think he's an absolute gentleman and he's very good at what he does. But I have this feeling, does it help you? watching what he does, or does it hinder you? Because I remember when I first started trading, I used to get frustrated with myself because I remember again and again thinking to myself, why am I not seeing a dozen high probability setups a day? In real time, there isn't. It's easy to spot them after the fact. So I think showing inexperienced traders after the trading day's finished that there was so-called a dozen, I think I don't think it helps you. He has started talking through trades a little bit more, and I think that does. So it's just Mac, isn't it? You know, some people are great traders, some people are great traders and great teachers. And it's not necessarily criticism. But now I've had some experience of trading, from the way I feel about it, I think it's more of a hindrance sometimes. It's a hindrance when you realise how sketching poor a lot. Yeah, you know, and I've always had this attitude. Well, if there is a dozen trades a day, why does Max say he only trades between 1 to 3? If there genuinely was a dozen high probability setups today, you'd have to be an absolute nutcase not to take them. But it's just the way he does it. You know, he's a more experienced trader than me. I've been trading not far off 5 years now, so I've been doing it long enough to know what I think sometimes helps people, or what sometimes doesn't. But he is doing more trades live. Oh, sorry, recorded them live. In fact, I chuckled the other day when he took 2 trades and he said he was $700 up on one and $400 up on the other. And I just happened to look to the top of the screen and realise he's got it switched onto micros. So he's going to be severely pissed off when he realises he didn't make 700, he made 70. So I'm guessing he was messing around and doing something, but disagree with more and more of his trades. Yeah, I do as well. I do as well. And it's okay to disagree with somebody. I know sometimes in the past people have got a little bit protective over Mac. Don't get me wrong, I'm protective over the gentleman that I think he is. Doesn't mean you can't disagree. You know, I mean, look at politics. A friend of mine and his wife, really very political people, but they believe in completely different politics. Doesn't mean they don't love and respect each other, but it's okay to disagree with people. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you give them the respect they deserve, that's fine. It's this thing. So I think it's fair to say it's a pretty bearish day today. It does look like we're at least testing these lows. Now, whether this thing will come down and make a second leg remains to be seen. But I'll be surprised if we don't break these lows. So let's see if we get any type of a second entry short here or something. I'd like to get a bit closer to that EMA, really. Okay, there is a second entry short there, but for me, that's too far from that EMA now. It may not make a difference, but to me, it does. Sometimes it'll just push down, but others, it'll trigger you, push up, take out your stop. Now, it depends what channel you've got, really. How do I feel about that one? Trouble is, we've already got a break in a new low there, so I'm not really sure what I feel about there. How you doing, bud? Trump ain't looking too healthy. Do you know, someone else mentioned he was sick. How long he's got? Will there be 2 completely different reactions from people when it passes? Yeah. To be honest with you, you know, I understand people feel very strongly about politics, but the one thing I don't agree with what Trump does is he's still giving Biden a hard time. And we all know Biden's sort of terminal. So he's an old man, Biden is. So I think you still need to respect the guy. He's been a bit harsh on him, I think. You know, these politicians don't take power to try and ruin country. They you want a bit of a legacy. You want to go down as a good president. You don't go in there into politics and try and purposely do the worst job you can. You know, you want to try and make your mark. So I think it's a bit harsh that if someone's old and ill, you've got to be respectful, I think. And we all know Trump can be a little bit like that. You know, I've got mixed feelings about Trump. A lot of people say he was good for the country. He doesn't come over as the very presidential type. I don't agree with a lot of stuff he does, you know, when it comes to Zelensky, all that White House stuff. But, you know, I'm not into politics enough. But, you know, a lot of people say he was good for the country. So ultimately, do you want someone who says a bit odd things but does well for your country? So I'm kind of a bit on the fence there. There is a second entry short here. There may be a small break here. There may not. I don't think it's a terrible trade. It's a tough one, that. Yeah, they are, yeah. There is a lot of dodgy stuff that goes on, I dare say. So there is a second entry short there, but we've pulled back a bit. That bar hasn't finished fantastic. I'm still not 100% sure how I feel about this. You know, we could go there. I don't know, really. Let me get some inspiration from someone else. I've got mixed feelings here. See if we get a lower high. I don't think it's the worst trade in the world. It is a second entry short. Trouble is, sometimes if you're not sure, it can go without you. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. He does what he does. I admire that about him. I certainly admire the fact that the guy's in his late 70s. And he well, health-wise, you don't know, do you? But as I was saying earlier, it's never too late in life to do something, is it? I mean, he's running a country, most powerful country in the world, plus businesses, and he's in his late 70s. You know, a lot of other people his age are in old people's homes, so you've got to give that to him. Love him or hate him. That's the thing with politicians. You know, you can't please everyone, can you? You know, you're always going to upset someone, and you're always going to please someone. I used to do discos years ago. I started off doing mobile discos, and then I started working in clubs, and it was weddings I used to hate. Because you got the old people playing, say, in play 60s and 70s. You got the young people play the modern stuff, and it's, you know, you got the modern stuff playing, the old people are looking fed up. You got the old stuff playing, the young people are looking bored. You can't kind of please everyone, and it's the same with politics. And there's always people who love you, and there's always people who can hate you. But unfortunately, that's just comes with the territory. You can't please everyone. So I'm just wondering here whether this thing might start to go a little bit sideways, and I'm going to stick my neck out and do that and see what happens, because this to me is just looking a little bit uncertain. We've got two legs up. Is this a small break? It's hard to say. We are very close to the lows of the day. I was very tempted to take that. I kind of wish I had done, but we've got a very small break if it is a break. So I'm asking myself the question, is there a different channel here? Is there a wider channel? Now, I looked at the bottoms here, and straight away I thought this could come out a little bit further. So unfortunately, I hesitated. I think you're always best if you're not sure to leave it, but I actually don't think it was a bad trade. It didn't look brilliant here, but clearly worked. The trouble is, because this is quite moving, if you don't act, you're out, and you wouldn't have get a comeback there. I mean, that thing crossed over and pushed straight down. It came back a bit, but you wouldn't have got back in on a limit order if you'd have tried. And it moved quite quick, so you may have even not got filled. The trouble is, you've got to make very quick decisions, and sometimes you kind of, you know, I think the more experience you get, those decisions get a bit quicker and quicker and quicker, but sometimes you just don't have the time, and if you're not sure, you're always best off just to let it go. But that does mean sometimes you miss a trade or two, but that's okay. How long have I used an alternate chart? I'll just show you something now. So, where is it? I started to hear about it maybe 12 months ago. I'll show you. I think it was it on Dan's chart or not? No, I think it might have been Thomas Wade's. It was a guy called Taylor that was using it. He got the idea from someone else. Okay, so this is it here. So this is Thomas Wade's. There's the guy Taylor there. I think he took a trade up here. Double chart settings, I think that's the one. Okay, welcome to double chart settings. So what I'll do is leave this on the chart just for a minute or two. In fact, let's move over. No, let's leave it there. So you can freeze the video later, pause the video and come back and have a read. But that's basically it. So I'll leave that there for a few seconds, and then I'll move it up to the next section there. That explains what you do, how you use it. But you basically, you change the settings and you deselect end of day. And what it does is it makes the bars ever so slightly different. And the idea is that if you've got two legs to a key entry point, but the signal bar is stopping you from going short, regardless if the contacts looks well, it just gives you a second crack of the whip. I'll move up to the next bit and you can have the next bit of read, and you can look at this later if you're interested. It just gives you a second crack of the whip, and I'll move up to that. I think it's the last bit now there. Yeah, that's it. And these are just different questions about it. So that's basically it. So what you would do is, let me just move this out of the way, is at the top here where you've got this, looks like a little fist with a square around it, it's the data series. And all you do is on your normal chart, break end of day is selected. You deselect it and change the days. I don't think it really matters whether you change it 2, 3, 4, but just slightly different, and then you apply it. And the bars will look slightly different. So take into consideration these two legs up. These two legs up, the context was right off the key entry point, but that bar backed up a bit, and that sometimes gives you a bit of doubt. If you look on here, the bar looked much nicer. So it's more important that the context is right than the signal bar, but the signal bar does still play a part. Now, some may take that, some may go, ooh, I don't like that little pullback, but it didn't make a difference. So it just changes the bars on the left side, and it just gives you a second crack of the whip. And I think I take more trades on the left side than the right side. So, but a lot of people do it now. I think Dan does it, Marco does it, I do it, probably a bunch of you does it, Taylor does it. I think most people do it now. So it definitely plays a part. Because they're both telling you the same story. It's just the outcome for the setup. You know, context first, then channel, then EMA, and then sort of final signal bar. If the signal bar's got a little bit of doubt, you tend to leave it. But obviously in this case, it worked nice. So that's kind of, so have a look with it. I'll have a play around with it. So let's pin that. We don't need that. This thing just keeps coming down. So I'm guessing now we've broken the lows we have. So we could come down for a second leg now. Whether we will or not is a different matter, but we're certainly below these lows here. So if this thing's going to bounce and push higher, I think it's probably likely to do it around about this area, but it may continue down. So do you take all trades on one chart, or do you take them on which? I take them on whichever. So if the setup's on the left one, I'll take it on the left. So all I do is I have my account set exactly the same. So if I open an order, you'll see it appear on both charts. So it's on here, and whichever one looks the better, I just kind of drag it into place. And order cancelled. But it does make a difference. I've been doing it now for, I'd probably say 6 or 8 months, something like that. Your stocks fall as bonds sell off spills into equities. I'm interested to see what this news, and I sent a couple of things on the internet earlier about Trump saying he's ill or sick or something, but I'm not exactly sure what. So I might have to have a little browse of that. Yeah, I take more trades on the left side than I do on the right side. Why that is, I don't know. It may just be lucky. I don't know, but they're telling us the same picture. It's just the punchline, i.e. the signal bar, might just be a little bit more punchy, for want of a better word. A better title, let's call it. So yeah, Dan did take this. Let me have a look. Yeah, he even took it on that with that signal bar. That's if I was on the news, did you? Yeah, so Dan's got the same chart as me, really. But he took that there. He took this one as well. Actually, I left it, but yes, if anybody's interested in joining this, he's a very solid trader, Dan is. It's $25 a month to join this, but he posts his chart here, and I'll tell you what else he does, which is good. Chart video. I think he does one a week. He does what I would love from Mac. So he does one a week, and he talks. He does a bar by bar and talks what he's seeing. So it's solid, that. I do like that. So yeah, if you want to do this, there is a link in my description. It's $25 a month, which I think's it's cheap, I think, for what you get. But I like that. And he's got all sorts of bits of stuff in here I've never even looked at yet. And he chats constantly. If you've got questions, he'll answer them. So daily chart update. So he posted that about 30 minutes ago. But yeah, there was another one he did there, and he's constantly chatting in here. So there is a link in the description if you are interested. But yeah, it's 25, which is all right. Actually, it's not a lot. So this is where we're going. So yeah, once we kind of know what's happening, it was a nice trade there. It wasn't a huge risk either. Oh, Dan's, absolutely. I'll usually flick on to Thomas Wade's maybe 3 times just to get a different impression. But yeah, I'm on here. This is where mine stays. I get more value from Dan. Dan is what I like about Dan and Thomas Wade are quite different traders. Now, I'm not taking anything away from Thomas Wade. He's an absolutely lovely guy. I love his bar by bar that he does. But what I find is Thomas Wade trades more how I used to, and Dan trades more how I want to. Thomas Wade quite earlier on widens his channel. I've learned not to do that and to keep things tighter. If that makes sense. So Thomas Wade would probably do something like that, whereas Dan would do something like that, and it does make a difference. It can catch you out a few times, so I think you're always best off to keep things tight. You can follow price much better if you keep it. In other words, the way Thomas Wade tells it is like a movie. The way Dan tells it is like the book. There's more detail and more information. So anybody who reads books and watches movies, you'll know what I mean. The movie is a very quick cut down version. If you read the book, 10 times the amount of detail. So I think there's more information that can help you more if you keep price tight. But Thomas Wade's an experienced, consistent trader who makes money. So as far as I'm concerned, if anybody can do that, they got my respect because I know what it is. They're just slightly different traders. They trade slightly different. But I believe for me, if I keep things tighter, I get a better understanding of what's going on, and hence that will lead me down the road to not necessarily more trades, but safer trades. I did a little bit, but I'm not very good at it. In all honesty, I can talk okay, and you know I can talk about what I'm doing, but bar by bar, I don't know. I think bar by bar is relatively easy to see and work out what happened after the fact. So I don't necessarily think you really need that as a trader. Maybe when you're less experienced, but I can look at a chart at the end of the day and you can work out exactly what happened and where it gone. So I really don't think you need that. What I think inexperienced traders need more is to watch someone. I think watching someone like me talking about what I'm seeing and analyze it, I think is more valuable to someone than someone talking about what's happened after the fact. Because when I'm streaming and talking about what I'm doing, you're doing exactly the same in your own mind. You're trying to figure out and work out what's going on. And if you can listen to someone else's opinion, you know, 2 heads are better than one and all that, I think it helps you have more confidence in what you're thinking, because you know, when you're relatively inexperienced, it's very easy to doubt what you're seeing and are you doing it right. But if someone else is seeing the same thing, there's a better chance you've got you know that you're thinking along the same lines. So I think that's more valuable than a bar by bar. I don't believe anyone. I've not seen anyone's broke statements. You can be an unprofitable cash trader and still be someone that makes a ton of money. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing, doubting someone whether they make money or not. We know YouTube's full of people, but those people, for the most, I'd say, are trying to sell you something, are trying to sell you a course or something. If someone feels the need to deceive somebody, it's usually because they're gaining something out of it. So what I'll say about Dan's trades is when he marks a trade, he doesn't just mark an arrow showing the trades. He opens up the data showing where he got in and out. But yeah, I mean, if you take people like, let me have a think. I don't know, pick some streamers out there who make money. So I'll tell you one thing. I mentioned this the other day, but I'll mention it again. I got an email from a company, a new prop firm, saying, was I interested in doing a collaboration with them? Now, I don't tend to touch prop firms until other people have spent 3-6 months playing around with them, because you never know what you're getting. And this particular prop firm, I won't mention the name purely and simply because I can't remember it, because as soon as I read it, I deleted it. They said to me, you will get X amount of % off affiliates, and you'll get unlimited prop accounts that you can trade with, but obviously not withdraw from. So that's only one message they're giving me. I can look like I'm trading real accounts just to show people who are watching me, so they'll use your prop code and you'll make money. So in other words, I think it's absolutely pointless from my perspective to trade with PA accounts that I can never withdraw money out of. Now, what's the point? I'm not gaining anything. The only possibility I can gain is affiliates. The trouble is, there's no point in spending 5 years not knowing what the hell I'm doing and making money off affiliates, because if all of a sudden the prop firm goes down, you're screwed. So that does make me wonder if other prop firms do that. So when you see other streamers with constantly 20 new accounts, are they trading and making real money, or are they trading bogus accounts just to get affiliates? I honestly can't answer that. But what I will say, this company, and that's the first I've heard of it, no company has said that to me before. You can have unlimited prop accounts, but obviously not that you can now. As soon as I read that, I just deleted it. I'd never heard of this firm anyway. But it's sly, that is. I kind of don't get why you would do that. Now, if I had 50,000 viewers a day, that's a potential lot of money to be made out of affiliates. I absolutely get it. But I'm not that person. I'm not really a YouTuber as such. I'll be perfectly honest with you this much. I'll tell you what, I'll show you. I don't know whether I'll get in trouble from Apex. No, I can't see it. I'll show you what I made this month off affiliates. Let me have a look. Any pain in the arse to sign in now is you've got to put that bloody authenticator thing in, haven't you? So let me just put the authenticator in. So now I know I've heard people like what's his name, the gingerhead guy, makes $20,000 a day from affiliates. I don't make anywhere near that. It's worth having because it's helped me, but it's not as much as you think. So over the last knocking on 3 years, I've made $41,000 since November 2022. Now that has substantially helped me go from working full-time and trading part-time to working part-time and trading full-time. My best ever month was $3,000. Lately it's less. So this month just finished, I've made $478, which is about £330. Now that helps towards the costs, and that is a lovely amount to have. Now I know, who's the gingerhead guy? What's his name? Oh, what's his name? The BDH guy. I know he makes more than that money in 3 days. It's taken me nearly 3 years to earn that. So that has been helpful massively. But compared to what some people earn, so if you was earning, I don't know, 100 Patrick Whelan, if you were earning as much as him, then that would be a good reason to trade bogus prop accounts to trade that money. Now, I'm not saying he does at all, but it's just the first email I've ever had offering me unlimited prop accounts. But that has helped me massively. But compared to what some people earn, this is absolute peanuts. So there are a lot of people out there earning huge amounts of money. Absolutely. And that's why I dare say some people trade bogus prop accounts. Now, whether they do, I don't know. But this was just an email that I had that as soon as I read it, I thought, sod off, not interested. What would I waste my time? Because how am I supposed to learn? You can't really learn by sticking on, which effectively what it is, sim accounts. If all of a sudden something changed in the prop world, you'd be screwed. You'd be out of a job. So you have to learn. For me, it's about learning to trade. So I have the freedom to do whatever I want. It's not about being a YouTuber and trying to, sign up with companies, doing these bogus accounts and all that sort of thing. People who just live yeah. Don't get me wrong, it's helped me. I'm not going to lie to you. It's really helped me. But I understand people make a lot of money. Now, would I, if I was offered that sort of money as affiliate, would I take it? I'd be stupid not to, but I wouldn't do it at the price of trading bogus accounts because, it's like the old story, I've said to Dan before, why don't you stream live? I'll just copy what you do. Now, it might sound good in principle, but if Dan all was to sudden to disappear, you'd be screwed. So you have to learn to trade. And doing something bogus for, make it. There are loads of people charging money out there for courses. I think it's bullshit, personally. I'd never charge somebody. And I genuinely mean that. I'm not interested in it. I don't want to lumber myself up to having to do something. If you charge someone, you have to be there every day. You have to provide course material. You have to. I'm not interested in that. I want an easy life. I'm in through telegrams that people, right? And I get free evaluations sometimes for help. Yeah. Getting a free evaluation that you can use and make profit off, I haven't got a problem with. That's fine. But getting so-called prop accounts that aren't real so that your viewers think you're trading a real live prop account when you're not, that for me is bullshit. It's shifty and I'm not going to pretend I'm a goody-goody. I'm not going to pretend if I didn't find $100 in the street, I wouldn't put it in my pocket. I probably wouldn't, but I'm not saying I'm a goody-goody. All I'm saying is I don't want to pretend that I can do something when I can't, because if you get found out, you're ruined. And if the prop firms stop, you're ruined. Now, if all of a sudden prop firms thought to themselves, okay, people know we exist now, we're not paying affiliates anymore. Now, if all of a sudden, if Patrick Wheeland stopped having those affiliates, he would kind of be in some financial difficulty. I'm not doubting. He's probably got money put aside and saved up. But if you're relying purely and simply on making those and not relying on the skill, at some point you can come unstuck. I like to think that I'll have got a skill for the rest of my life when I get there. But I don't want to do something that's knowingly deceitful and lying to people just to get them to use a code for some kind of prop firm I've never even heard of. The only reason I use affiliates is because it doesn't cost you anything. And if I didn't think these companies would pay me, or if I didn't think that, I wouldn't use them. Now, I know, there are issues and people have said, Apex this, Apex that. My opinion with Apex is they've been around a long time now. They've had some hiccups. For whatever reason or another, they've had hiccups. They've made some mistakes. They've got some things wrong. I don't doubt that. But I swear to you on the life of my daughter, if I've followed the rules, I've been paid. And that's all I care about. If I trade with them and I follow the rules and they pay me, that's the picture I see. I don't care what other people say, because I know a lot of people maybe broken the rules and they're a bit dishevelled and they're frustrated and they want to say something. You know, that's fine. I don't doubt people make mistakes and want somebody to blame. But as far as I'm concerned, if you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. I don't care what other people have thought. And I've been trading Apex now long enough to know that if I follow the rules, they pay me. If I break the rules, they're good enough to say to me, okay, you might have done some stupid stuff, but if you trade right for the next 8 days, they still pay you. So that, to me, they could say, you've broken the rules, you took a gamble, you've made $1,000. I heard of another company who took that $1,000 off them a few weeks ago. So they could start going down that road. If you take a stupid gamble and get lucky, they'll still say, trade for another 8 days, as long as that's okay, we'll pay you. So my opinion is of people, if you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. If you're respectful to me and treat me right, I'll be exactly the same to you. I don't, not too bothered what other people say or other people's experience, especially with a company who've been around for quite a few years now. And I know everyone doesn't see that way, but it surprised me when I read that email, and it did make me wonder, you know, what do other companies do with some of these big affiliates? Now, I'm small fry compared to some people. You know, is there a lot of it? I know you don't use Apex, and I respect that. Absolutely. I absolutely respect that. Do you know what? This thing just keeps wanting to go down and down, so I'd say there's a good chance we get this. Last summer, I blew the exact same Apex P account twice, but got it set back up to previous day because of rhythmic issues. Yeah, I know. I did that with 5 accounts once. I had 5 PA accounts and I blew them all. Following day, I got them back. God, man, did I feel lucky. Now, they might not have done that. Yeah, I know. I consider myself extremely lucky. And I couldn't believe me luck, to be fair. So I just kept me... I never said anything at the time. I just kept my mouth shut because I thought if I say something to someone, you never know where that's going to get. But yeah, I bet that's happened to quite a few people, to be fair. But yeah, I couldn't believe me luck, actually. Man, did I sleep well that night. There is some good companies out there. But it's kind of what I hear, I suppose. I hear good things about Take Profit Trader. I've not heard any real bad things about My Funded Futures. I've not heard any bad things about Trader8. In fact, I've got 5 Trader8 accounts myself. But I suppose it's what your experiences are. I know a lot of people got pissed off with Apex because they started to... I think that's a mistake they made. All of a sudden, one month they decided to, okay, from now on we're going to stick to the rules. And a lot of people got refused a payment. Now, it's okay to have rules, that's fine. But they're rules they never really adhered to, and people got used to just doing things the way they did it. And then all of a sudden Apex went, okay, from now on, we follow the rules. If you broke the rules, you didn't get paid. And a lot of people got pissed off. I think they'd have been better off saying, okay, from the beginning of next month, the rules we have, they are now being checked and adhered to. I think if you'd have give people notice, you'd have frustrated a lot less people. There is 2 legs up here, but there's a small break. But they didn't do that. Now, companies do things and they make mistakes. It's a fact of life. So it's just, I think it's a mistake they made. But, you know, the best companies in the world, the biggest companies in the world make mistakes. And you kind of learn and move on for it. But I won yesterday My Funded Futures Core account. The company gave $1 account. Really? Yeah, I've not done much with My Funded Futures. I've had a bunch of accounts, but I never really... I can't remember why. There was something that they did I didn't like. I can't remember what it was now. I think sometimes having too many of them can add to a bit of confusion. I've just got two at the moment, Apex and what I like is the Apex ones are on Rhythmic and the Traderify ones are on Tradervate. I don't spend money on this in this Discord. Yeah. We've got two legs back up here. I'm not a fan of the bar, but it is working. Trouble is, sometimes price just keeps coming down, and then all of a sudden, when you decide to go in, that's when they have a break. So it does look like there's a chance we get this new leg. I can't see what's back here without adjusting anything. So we got a channel up there. We didn't get a new high for a break. So that's why I just kind of left it alone. Sometimes I do miss trades myself for one reason or other, maybe a little bit of doubt, but I think it's okay to do that. If you're not sure, I always think you're better off. That's one of the ones I kind of wish I'd have taken that there. But at the time, I had my channel a bit different, so it wasn't as obvious. But now you can see channels working nice in here. You can understand that was a good trade then. But I had something. I think I had something like that, didn't I? I don't know. Can't remember what I had now. See, Dan's saying there's already a break. I think he's right there. Trouble is, it's such a small break is unusual. Usually, the bigger the channel down, the bigger the break. So, see on here, it's okay. So, and unfortunately, no lower high. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be a minute. Won't be a sec. We've got three little bounces here, so I don't really want to take a trade here. It depends whether this is a break. There is orders down at 72 here. It's a little bit sideways, this is for me, so I've got some doubts. So there's bound to be some liquidity above there. So see, if we didn't have a break there, we have there. Very tempting, that. You could argue with triple test. It's a little bit congested here, I think. So I'm just going to sit tight. And if you are trading, it's kind of right in the middle there. It may not make a difference, to be honest with you, but there's not much room to the lows. I have the alternative chart up as well now. You haven't found... No, not really, because they both tell us the same picture. It's just some... No, I don't actually, because I'm looking at the same thing. The only slight difference is the bars may be slightly different. We've still got bearish bar there. We've certainly got 2 legs up there. But even the slight difference with a few ticks here or there can make the difference between getting into a trade or leaving a trade alone. I'm not a massive fan of what's going on here at the moment. It's a little bit congested. Now, if this is a break, it's a very small break. With such a big channel down, I'll be surprised if it breaks like that and pushes straight down. If that happens, there's usually because it's a wider channel. So I'm just going to sit tight here, because that trade there could get you into a bit of bother, because you are trading right into that chop. There's bound to be some liquidity above here, see, and it is going a bit sideways. So look at this, trying to push up now, see. So if you're in that now, your nerves will be going a bit. So if you'd have taken that trade, it's looking very precarious now, isn't it? Couple of ticks away. I'll be amazed if it doesn't get stopped out. As I say, such a small break like that pushed down to a new low rarely happens. I'd like to see something a little bit bigger, or at least a few attempts. It may hold, you never know. Sometimes it will. But I don't want to trade, even if this one down here, I don't want to trade into that midline. It's clearly chop at the moment. you go. So if you'd have took that trade, you'd have just got screwed. So it's just something about it just didn't look right. You wouldn't even got a point off that, to be fair. If you got on a tick below it, no, you'd have got half a point off that at a push. So you got a leg and a leg up now. This might be okay. I'd like to clear out some liquidity along here. And as I say, such a small break like that to push down just doesn't often happen. The bigger the channel down, the bigger the break that you get. I'd like to clear out all this lot. Usually, before it does push down, if it does, it'll clear liquidity. So everything is below there, I think. I can't see it getting up to here. It may do. But while that liquidity is hanging there, I'd just rather sit tight here. I mean, there is a measured move. Trouble is, it's an inside bar on the left side. So it's just something that just doesn't feel quite right here at the moment. I'd much prefer this to just push above some of this. Because it may trigger you, break above some of this and then work down. It is a second entry short that may work. But on here it's an inside bar. And I'd just like it to just get that bit higher. Okay, it's clearing some of this now. That's gone. I'd just like it to just tick above there. And then I'll be looking for a push down then, if it does. Okay, so that's cleared out any liquidity. The next bit of liquidity really on my chart is up here. So will it get that high? I don't think so. If it does, it may be on its way up or in for a bigger correction. There is orders up as high as 85, which is up here. So we could always, I don't know how this works. It's from 82.5, so we're around this area here. Up as high as 85. May not reach them, but Rick, how you doing, buddy? Your patience seems to be improving again lately. How do you feel about it? Yeah, I think it's probably one of my strongest parts at the moment. It was always one of the toughest for me. But you've been trading a while now. I think really patience comes with taking bad trades. Eventually, you just decide to filter the crap out because you know they don't do you any favours. So, what I try and do is think back on, how I used to do things. And to me now, it kind of feels like a boring job. Not that I find it boring, but it kind of feels like a normal 9 to 5 kind of job. So I don't have a problem sitting here now. And I do, if I don't take a trade and I walk away without a setup, I'm quite happy with it. I used to feel frustrated, and in fact, if I was getting close to the end of the day, I'd end up trying to jump into something just to try and, do a setup, but it doesn't work in the end, and you realise after a while. But I'm happy with my it's the one part of my trading I'm quite comfortable with. My skill levels just improving as you would expect over time. I still miss some trades I wished I'd have taken, but sometimes the less trades you see, when one comes along, you're kind of in disbelief. By the time you think, yeah, it kind of, well, yeah, I'm all right. I may be being a little bit overzealous there. Let's call it a 2 to 5 sort of thing. In fact, I wouldn't even consider myself part-time. I'd consider it more semi-retired, to be honest with you. My wife says, what you been doing today? And I go, well, I've been working, okay, for 3 hours. So what have you been doing today? So trouble is, when you work at home for 3 hours, you're kind of forced to do a certain amount of housework, aren't you? So we did pick up some orders there, but there's still more orders at 83, 84. So I'm not convinced this can't go. But I do the cooking, put it this way. As you guys know, I used to be a chef, so I do all the cooking anyway. So I make sure I load and empty the dishwasher. So every morning, usually, I'll empty the dishwasher, rinse, reload it, have a tidy round, maybe throw a couple of washes in. Usually, my wife does all the specialist stuff. I usually throw the towels in and do that. And then I usually go shopping and get something ready for tea, and then I'll trade, and then I do the tea, and that's kind of my day, really. It is pretty easy, to be honest with you. But yeah. Needed more trades. Now I'll trade maturity progression. We understand this better. Absolutely. Absolutely. I remember when I first started to stream, I remember saying, if I can get 3 winners in a day and make about $2,000 a week, I should earn this, I should earn that. It just goes to show those kind of aspirations you have usually are pretty unrealistic. But, what I will say is sometimes I watch bits of Wilson's, and Wilson may take 6 trades in a day, but he'll lose a couple of them, and he'll end up maybe only taking 1 or 2. So I think really you're better off sitting. For me, the best example of a good entry is when I go, I like that, and I jump straight into it. And I find that is my ticket in. So there's still some orders at 85, so I'm still not ready to go short yet, I don't think. But yeah, I for me, the best trades are the ones that, when you're in a car, someone jumps out in front of you and waves, you can't miss them. And usually, sometimes those, I'll just click the sell button. I may get in a few ticks earlier, but they rarely go wrong, to be honest with you. If I feel a trade's good enough just to hit the sell button or buy button and not go through the right click and all that, then it's usually a good setup, and they usually work well. So, channel break new high. Am I ready to go short yet? Not quite. It's quite a big channel down there, and it's not a huge break. And with a bunch of orders sat here, there's still traders sat up here with short orders, which are around about here. So I'm not quite ready to go short yet. It doesn't mean they'll get hit. but it means I may get triggered, stopped out, only for it to go in the direction. Better to take 1 or 2 that win only rather than 5 or 6. Absolutely, mate. I probably average about 4 trades a week, in all honesty. Sometimes even a bit less, but I go for 3 points, which is more than most. Dan will probably take a couple of trades a day, but he'll go for 6 ticks. So pound for pound, he's not really making much more, which is probably why I take a little bit less. I don't get involved in very tight ranges purely and simply because they haven't got the room. So I'd rather take less trades and go for a little bit more profit. And to be honest with you, if they're good solid trades, they almost always go for 3 points and more. Good trades, do really well. I mean, if we look back on here, I think this was a good setup now. Now I've got this channel right, and look what happened. It crossed over and didn't look back. It just continued down and down and down and down. So if it's a good setup, it'll comfortably make you 3 points. Now, with such a big channel down, I wouldn't be surprised if we had something like that. Come back, test the top and push up. So I'm not ready to get in here just at the moment. It may not. It's still quite a reasonable break, but with a bunch of orders sat at 85, it could go up a bit higher. So if we did push a bit higher, that would get us close to, I don't know, to be honest with you, I might be. I do have a tendency sometimes to overanalyze, and but that's getting better, and I think sometimes you can be a bit overcautious, but I think it's the better side to be on than careless. We still could go a little bit higher before this comes down. Yeah, I find I'm a bit of a coward when it comes to the NQ. I think it flips around a bit too much for me. I like the slow sedentary movement of the ES. I suppose it's because I've been doing it now for over 4 years, this chart, so I'm kind of used to how it moves. Is that a channel? It doesn't look terrible. So we may get a push in a new high. You like it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it suits some people. I have played it. I tend to trade it when I'm trading evaluations because I find I can get my profit with a lot less move. What do I need to, I think 60, that's the wrong one. I think if I switch the NQ, I think it's 64 ticks I go for. It's a lot quicker. So that's the movement I've got to get there. It's about there, as opposed to 6 points, 6 1/4. So if you look at the size of the move, the bars look very similar in size from chart to chart, but look at the you've got to get more than double the amount of movement. They're probably slightly bigger on here, but not by much. But it seems a lot easier to get that much of a movement than it does that. So if you trade in 10 contracts, for me, I think it's easy to pass them. If you can get a trap or something, some traders trapped and a quick move. See, for instance, this one. There's a second entry short there, maybe a couple of legs up, and we trigger down and start to move up. So there's likely going to push above here. So if you can get in somewhere here, you haven't got to get much of a move to pass it. So if you can have that kind of read right, I find them a lot easier to pass. From tick charts, we've been liking the 1 minute chart. Yeah, I've played around with the 2 minutes, the 1 minute, and the 5 minutes just to have a little look, just out of curiosity. Still something about this I'm not happy with. It's not a huge move, that. It may be me just being a bit paranoid. But I still think we could do this. Bounce off here and push up a little bit more. It's a small break for such a big move down, but that's just me. That's just the paranoid. That's what happens when you've been married for 20 years. You're paranoid. You've done something wrong. There's a bunch of orders at 77.5 here. You can see them there. Look, there's 580 buy orders there around about here. So it could push up again. Let me just switch my chart back before I end up getting into an NQ trade. So we could get a bounce here for a second leg. So I'm just a bit paranoid about this. We've got a channel up here with a break. There may be a break. It's hard to say, really. It's not super clear. Now, do I think we're going to test the lows? Yeah. Do I think we're ready to do it yet? Not quite. My opinion is that we can use Mac's principles, but use what works best. Yeah, I think you start off with using Mac, and then you start to... Do you know, I had an email with Mac once, maybe a year and a half ago, about... I can't remember what it was about. And he said, when you learn to trade, you kind of find your own way of doing things. And he did say to me, don't feel bad about adapting things to suit to you. Because I was talking about going for a few more points. It was the time when I won 4 trades in a row, lost the 5th, and I was in the red. And I said, could I go for a little bit more profit, like 1.5? And he went, you can do whatever you want, whatever feels best to you. And he said, what you can even do is, instead of getting into a trade 1 tick above it, put a limit order 2 ticks back, and that gives you an extra couple of ticks of profit. He's told me that, but the only downside, some of the best trades may move off without you. But he did come out and say a while back that if you can only afford to trade 1 or 2 contracts, you're better off going for a little bit more points. So it all depends on you, doesn't it? It depends on what your risk tolerance like. It depends on... We all have slight different ways of doing things. You know, we all drive cars, don't we? We all go in the same direction, but we all kind of have slight different ways of doing things. So it's perfectly natural to find something that suits you. You know, you can be bricklayer. I've seen bricklayers that lay bricks, completely different, but they all do the same job. They all have the same outcome. So there's nothing wrong with adjusting things to suit you and your personality. In fact, I think it's advisable. I think don't just follow what someone else does to the T. Find your own kind of way of doing things. You know, I don't take a point. I disagree with it for the most, especially for newer traders, because they'll get crippled, and it'll do them more harm than good, I think. So I think, as a newer trader, I think you're best off starting at something like 2 points. I think more people trade Pats now for 2 points than trade a point. So I think that's a better starting block. So at least when you win, you're going to win. You're going to get a better average. Just scalping a point, you're going to get crucified. I just don't like that its principle not change. Yeah. And I've said this before. If you, let's say, for instance, you have a shop, a store, wherever you are, or whatever you call it, And if you're buying, say, baked beans in for, I don't know, 50 cents or 50 pence a pack, and you sell them for £1, if all of a sudden your costs go up to 75 cents or 75 pence, you can't continue to sell them for £1, because sooner or later you're going to do yourself out of a living. And if you look back on Mac's older videos, you could have the trade a tick above, tick below, and still only be risking about a 1.5, 1.75. You can't do that nowadays. So your entry price and your risk price is like your stock price. It goes up. So you have to put your profits up. Otherwise, you're going to put yourself in an early grave. Absolutely, it is. Now, I'm not saying... Shh, Wilson, shush. Excuse me a sec. I've just got to go and sign for a parcel. Shh, shh, shh. Sorry about the bargain. It's my daughter's 17th birthday in a few days, so we've got endless supply of parcels coming. So what do we do here? I still think this could possibly push up a bit higher before it comes down. I could be wrong. But this to me, well, certainly on this side is certainly congested. There's no argument there. It looks a little bit more readable here. But if you took a short here or a short here, it may pop up. Bounce, bounce, bounce. In fact, some may take that long. I'm not at the moment, purely and simply because the days overall is bearish, so I wouldn't take a long. Yeah, better teach people. That's one thing Mac doesn't really talk much about. Now, every book I've ever read to do with trading talks extensively about losses, because it's incredibly important to have it in the forefront of your mind that losses happen and you have to learn to accept them. That's something, Mac, I've never really seen talk about. My understanding of price action trade, I've got it in my head that if a trade loses, something's gone wrong, or I've done something, where sometimes trades just don't work. Now, I do believe that price action is very accurate, but if you talk to any professional trader who's been trading for years, some trades just don't work. But Mac doesn't talk about that for some reason. It's almost like taboo, and I think it's an important part you have to talk about, because you can get into that mindset. I'm frustrated it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Now, it's certainly good to see if you made an obvious mistake, but I've found out when something doesn't work, I've got frustrated. You'll never, ever see Mac mark a losing trade or show a losing trade, and I think that's a big mistake. I think it's important to sort of humanize traders and not make them look like some sort of financial wizard robots who never take losses. I was watching Tom Hugard about 5 or 6 months ago, and I saw him take two losing trades in a row. And my understanding of Tom Hugard, he's worked for some big financial institutions in the past. He's been trading for a long time. But it's something we never see Mac. I've never ever seen Mac post. I've been trading Pats now for over 4 years, and I've never ever seen Mac mark a losing trade or show a losing trade. And I think it's a bad out. It's not good. I've never really thought so much about that, in all honesty. So let's see what's happening here. I don't want to automatically short there. We have cleared out this liquidity, but my concern is that we make a second leg up. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? Yeah, you have to explain to newer traders. Even the most experienced traders out there take losses. It's a part of life. It's part of life as a trader. But Mac never ever talks about it, ever. I've never really thought about it so much, but now I think about it, I'm just racking my brains. You never hear him talk about losses. I've never seen him post a picture of a loss. I've never seen him show a video of a loss. I've never heard him say losses are okay, they're acceptable, it does happen. You need to, get used to it. It's weird, isn't it? I think that's a big flaw, personally. No, I've never really thought about it so much. In fact, you know what? Later this evening, I'm going to put a post on the Facebook group and just maybe get a bit of a discussion going. What do people think about it? Now, I do understand that price action can be very accurate, and I can certainly understand that someone trading for just a point could potentially have a very high win rate. I don't doubt that. But as a human being, as good as your chart reading may be, emotions for whatever's happening in your life, whether it's health, family, you're tired, whatever, you're going to make a mistake. And I think probably most losses are kind of mistakes. You've misjudged something. But I think it's really important to understand and accept the fact, because if you can't accept losses, you're going to struggle. And I've struggled for a long time because of that. Now I've finally got someone to blame. He did post one loss during COVID. Yeah, it was before my time, that. But I think it's important to, if you're not showing them, you need to talk about them, especially to experienced traders, because when they take a loss, it can feel heartbreaking. What have I done wrong? I've screwed up, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of like having a parent that says, whatever you do in life, you must win. You can't teach your kids they have to win at everything. You teach them they've got to try at everything, but if they try and it doesn't work, that's perfectly fine and acceptable. It's much better to have a go at something and to fail at it. But you can't teach your kids you have to win at everything. Bringing kids up with that mental attitude can be more detrimental. Teaching them to work hard, and sometimes things don't always work out, but it's more important that you have a go. But if you teach kids that, they can go through their life thinking that if something doesn't work, they're a failure. And I think that's affected me with trading, I think. Now, I'm not saying, Matt, you're a bad person, blah, 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 but I think about that, I've had a real problem with accepting losses. And maybe because I haven't had the right information from the right people. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Okay, now, I didn't want to go short here because my gut feeling with such a small break, I'd expect at least another push-up. Now, how far could this thing go? From Pats and fail because of tilt. It doesn't teach about accepting losses. Yeah. Salon detox from Max Gas. He does mean well. He just, like I say, some people are good at something. What do they say if you can't teach or something like that? But it's not a criticism that someone might not have the best approach to teach something, but they could be very good at it. You know what I mean? It shows a lot of stuff. Yeah. But I think when you've been trading a while, it's easy to identify where some changes would be way more beneficial, because when you go through that trading loop from a complete beginner, when you've been trading a few years, 3, 4, 5 years, you know how the world works a bit. You're not a complete wet nose, are you? So I think you can definitely identify where things could improve. I'm guessing people have bound to said this to Mac, but I don't know. Half of them against super strong. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is odd, isn't it? Yeah, I can't think of much more of an important lesson to teach newer traders or inexperienced traders is that you have to accept losses. I do feel like sometimes Mac kind of puts people on a pedestal. You have to win, you have to win. And I don't think he does it on purpose, but purely and simply by the lack of discussion about losing trades, it's clearly something missing, isn't there? And if you go through trading or start trading thinking if you've made a loss, you've screwed up, you've done something wrong, there's probably an element of that, I don't doubt. But you have to accept that sometimes, for whatever reason, whether it's a mistake, whether you've read it wrong, for whatever reason, losses are a part of it. And you have to include that when you're teaching traders, because if you miss that vital bit, when it comes to losses, they're going to start to fall on their face and they're going to have a struggle with it. And now we talk about it, I think that's one issue I've really struggled with. Less important than a correction. Context. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think I lose more second entries than any other trades. Because, yeah, sometimes second entry, there's a lack of context. The lower high or higher low, that gives you a little bit more context. So I find the higher low stroke lower highs, for me personally, are the safer trade to take. Now that then tells you if there is a second entry short followed by a lower high, there's a good chance you've got the context right and the direction right. And I think having discussions like this are good as well, because, you know, I could be thinking something that you guys aren't. You could be thinking something that I'm not. You know, and I think sometimes when you gather your thoughts, you can help each other out a little bit, you know, ways that you may feel about something and vice versa. So it is good to have these discussions, isn't it? This is the longest stream I've had for a while, I think. Take a bad signal bar, but yeah, I've seen Max saying it looks like it's closing the top third. I've seen him take signal bars that I would have avoided. But yeah, absolutely, the context. For instance, this trade here is a good example. I think Dan took it, a few traders took that. That made me a bit nervous. Is it closing in the bottom third? Not really, it's closing just below half. But on this side, it looked much better. But at the time, I was still fanning around with me channel that I wasn't happy with, which is why I kind of left it. But, you know, after the fact, you can see that's a good channel, a good trade, because you can see what happened. But in real time, we don't have that luxury, do we? But yeah, that might be a good example of where context is good. It's at the EMA, it's at key entry point. The fact that it came back, does it really make a difference? Who knows? So channel break, 2 pushes to a new high. So there is short orders still up there, 91 and 90, which I think are a bit too high. I think it's probably pushed enough for a move down. It is 2 legs, but I would really feel comfortable with taking a trade below that EMA. Trouble is, sometimes once it pushes below that EMA, traders are thinking it's going lower, and it doesn't come back. But yeah, it is a very important. Fortunately, I've read a lot of books, but I would have loved to I would love Mac to emphasize a certain more time about talking about losses, something I've never experienced with him. And I've only just literally, while I've been sitting down here talking to you, really realized he never talks about them. Or I've never seen Mac show a losing trade or even mark a losing trade. And I've been trading Pats for, will be 4.5 years in November. And that's uncanny, isn't it? So there is a lower high there, but we're not below that EMA as yet. But my thought process is it's probably going to push down. So I would have to wait for a failure. Just in case, because we could possibly, there could be a second entry long. But having a channel with a break and a push up, I would probably expect this is more likely going to continue down than push up. There is a lower high, but we're going into that EMA. So I'm just not super confident there. I know what I think, but I'd rather trade what I know and what I can see. So I'd say if you're in a short here, that is probably the safest place to be. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Possible failure there, but I'm just not convinced at the moment. So we've had a push up with a break new high, a pullback, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. Let's just see if we get a push down. These things about Pats, and most people can't just replicate exactly what Mac does and be successful. Yeah, he's very good at reading the charts. I've got no doubts about that. Someone can be a good trader, but not necessarily a good teacher. I'm not saying he's a bad teacher, but, you know, I can identify there are certain things. Now I've been a kind of a complete beginner, now I'm more experienced, that I think would have helped me, because I know I spent a lot of time being frustrated with myself because why was I losing and Mac wasn't? Why was I not seeing a dozen high probability trades and Mac was? And I spent a lot of time being frustrated. And that could have really been avoided, I think. See if this bar up here holds. Channel break new high. Yeah, there's still a lot of liquidity up to 91.5. So there's a lot of liquidity up here still. Which tells me we may push above that. Took a naked chart and went bar by bar. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I think when you're learning from someone, it's important to try and get into their head. And what I want to know is, what is he thinking when he's seeing this? And that's that kind of gap we've never really had. I don't want to see what he's marked at the end of the day. What I want to know thinking is, when prices are coming up to here, what's his thought process? It's, yeah, I think it's really important when you're learning from someone. We know how tricky trading is, and seeing somebody do it and understanding what they're thinking when they're doing it can be quite different. But I don't kind of know why he's never really done it. He has done it a little bit more lately. Perhaps people are telling him or asking him, I don't know. But I think it's important to. That's kind of what I do it. I don't do it for your benefit, or not just for your benefit. I do it because it's my process. I'm a thinker out aloud. I talk to myself sometimes if I'm figuring a problem out or something that's bothering me. I'll talk to myself. It's just thinking out aloud. And I know some of you in the past have said, "Oh, you need to not talk and focus." I'm focusing. I know exactly what I'm doing. Price is just nicked above that. I can do that and talk at the same time. But all I'm doing is voicing what's going on in my head. Now, we all know we can read out aloud and we can read in our heads. Some people prefer to read out aloud, and that kind of works for me. But I think it's probably more beneficial to you guys, because if you're seeing what I'm thinking, you can put that together with what you're thinking and hopefully come out with a better outcome and a better understanding of what's going on. So I wasn't convinced this wasn't going to push a bit higher. So in your thought, I think it helps us all, Greg, doesn't it? I hear you guys and you hear me. But I think it's important to understand what people are thinking, because you can go, yeah, and you're on the right lines. It gives you more confidence. And that's why I still look at Dan's chart or Thomas Wade's if I'm not sure. And if they've got the same as me, that makes me feel better. You know, I feel like, okay, so we're right. We're along the same wavelength. Is this thing going to come down, or has it got other ideas? Who knows? So I think that's irrelevant now. So might be a dry day for me. You know, I've got no problem sitting here and not taking a trade if I don't think I've found one that I've liked enough. The only one I wish I'd have taken is that one, but that's okay. Can't dwell on it. It doesn't bother me at the time. It just didn't feel right. So I think it's important to remember that, as if at the time it doesn't feel right, then leave it. Irrelevant what happens. So this is the one part of my trading I feel like I've got quite good control over. When things go wrong, that's when I still kind of find that urge that I want to try, and I can feel myself trying to get in. But I am getting much better at that now. I got no idea what's going on here. Look, see how everybody else is done today. Okay, so Alpine's doing okay at the moment. He has had the odd losing day, but it hasn't done him as much damage as in the past. So, where's Nutty? Guessing he's finished, isn't he? What you said is something that took my friends and I a long time, because he never taught bar by bar and explicitly saying to, yeah, I know. Nutty's not trading today. Yeah, there's definitely, I think when you're in trading a while, you can identify areas where things could have been better. When you start to eventually get to that conclusion yourself, you think to yourself, well, it could have made my life a lot easier. I'm not blaming Mac. He teaches how he kind of teaches. He does what he thinks is right, you know. But yeah, you can identify areas where life would have been, the lessons would have been a lot less painful, put it that way. But yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? We've got two legs up here. Sometimes you'll get a lower high back to the EMA, but still not convinced here. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's easy to mark a chart after it's worked. It doesn't mean there were good setups in real time, because you don't know what it's going to do next. You've got an idea, but you can easily look at a chart. I mean, I can look at this chart and go, that worked there, that second entry worked there, that second entry worked there. Channel break, no low, that worked there. Second entry long, that worked there, because I know what's happened. It's easy after the fact. The real skill is trying to figure out what it's doing when it's live, and it's you know, it's kind of putting bar by bar in front of you. So is this thing continuing up? I thought if it was going to continue down, it might start to break, but doesn't look like it wants to. There's more and more orders getting up here. I mean, it's had a fair bit of move back. It could still push down, but ultimately, see, you just never quite know. You just have to kind of do the best with what knowledge you've got, and obviously the more you do it, the more your understanding and your knowledge improves, and eventually you start to get better at it. I mean, it's a physical impossibility to sit and watch these charts every single day and not learn more about how they work. But at the moment, I don't know whether it's going up or coming down, whether it's turned up now or whether it could come down. So we've got a small channel up there with a break and a new high. I would like to think this will come down sooner rather than later if it does, but you never know. If I'm looking on Bookmap up here, you can see we've got a bunch of orders up here somewhere. And they do seem to be a little bit lacking here, but it's hard to say really. You've got a bunch of big orders down there. But you know, that could be traders going, if price gets down to here, I'm going to buy, hopefully with a push up. But at the moment, it's kind of giving you that impression that it may be slowly grinding up. So you've kind of really got to just sit here and wait for some sort of clarity. So there's definitely been one or two trades here. I ummed and ahed about that one. I ummed and ahed about it. I was tempted. If it was a little bit more bearish, I may have had a go at it. That one, now I can see there's a channel, was relatively textbook trade. I think that's probably nearly as good as they get, I think, especially that side. It didn't look as good here, but apart from that, there's not really much I can see. I start trading back here. Channel with a break, new low. It's quite choppy here. There was a second entry short there that I ummed and ahed about there. Channel break, and I left it. It came back, pushed up. It did work eventually, but after we'd had a break in a new low, those are the types of trades, the way that looks, they often work, and it did in the end. But failing that, there's not a huge amount. That one was another tempting one. But the trouble is, you've got to make a decision based on what you're seeing in front of you. You don't have the luxury of seeing that it worked. And that's the problem. And now we've just got doji, 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 and doji. It's not often you get 4 dojis in a row. Let's see if we get a 5th. We get another doji if we're lucky. So, channel break, new high. Trouble is, it could continue up, it could come down. Not a clue. What happened there? Oh, what happened there? Oh. So channel break, 2 pushes to a new high. System work, but it's absolutely poorly taught. So yeah, I'll agree there. Yeah, it is a good system. It is very accurate. It is a good system, but it helps if you're pointed in the right direction earlier on. And I think there's some gaps. No disrespect to Matt, he is who he is. Is he a great trader? I believe so. Is he a great teacher? This bit's missing, but you can identify that. When you kind of find your own answers later on, you can think to yourself, this could have been a lot easier. So yeah, there are some valuable lessons that I think which were missing, I think. Could have saved a little bit of aggro, I think. But I have spent a bit of time looking at other systems. As you know, Penguin, it's very similar, but I keep coming back to this, and I think what I've kind of realised is I've spent a lot of time learning this, and it's not that there's any better strategy than the next. I just don't think traders give a strategy long enough. They think if I've got the rules of engagement, it should be easy. It doesn't matter what strategy you use. One of the most important things is to get the direction right. If you don't get the direction right, you're just heading down the wrong road. And that does take a bit of time. It's not as straightforward. If you can see what a second entry short is, you're going to make a stack of money. You've still got to apply it at the right time and for the right reasons. And I think I've just realised why spend time in trying to find some sort of magic bullet when they don't really exist. You just need to find an effective gun and learn to use it well, for want of a better analogy. So channel break, 2 pushes to a new high. I'd probably expect this to come back to the EMA now. So we've got a channel with a break. 2 nice little pushes. Let's see what happens here. I'm just sitting tight at the moment because I'm not super sure what I think, but I think there's a good chance this comes back to that AMA. Certainly maybe targets positions like that. That bull bar there is kind of floating in the middle of nowhere, and we have got a channel with a break and 2 little measure legs up. So I think there's a good chance this comes down to this level. It's actually not a huge risk either. It's only 6 ticks, so it's actually quite a small risk in the grand scheme of things. Even if you got 1-to-1 there, that would have worked. So if you get in there, you're risking 0.75. It would have to tick to there. I think that's quite likely. That being the optimum area to attack, I think. So it would have worked for a 0.75. So 1-to-1 would have worked there. I still think it'll lightly break below there because we got space in that AMA. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I think I struggle with it for a long time because I'm quite a hyper person. It's kind of in my genetics. I'm quite a rusher to a degree, and if you rush around and you think, if you think quickly, it might work for you. I think it's gone against me because I think it made me quite impulsive. Or I have that impulsive tendency. It's took me a long time to settle on the charts. Hello, cheers from Athens, Greece. Fantastic, how you doing? I won't even attempt to say your name. It's a bunch of funny letters, but how you doing? Greece, stunning place, Greece. I lived not far from there. Well, that kind of area a long time ago. I lived in Cyprus for a couple of years. Beautiful part of the world. And I'm guessing it's warmer where you are than it is where we are. Well, certainly where I am. So that did work anyway. So that's where my thought process would take that. So we had 2 legs up. The trouble is I don't really want to take a short at the moment because I'm not exactly sure what's going on. There may be something larger. There still may be. So I just wanted to just ponder a minute and try and work out what's going on. But what I will say is we had a nice looking channel with a break, 2 lovely little measured legs. So I'd expect that to work. In fact, had I noticed it was only 6 ticks, I may have had a good at it. Make it George. Excellent. Yeah, that's quite a common Greek name, George, isn't it? We had quite a few Georges when I was living out in Cyprus. George it is. So now, do you know, this is the type of move that I would expect to push right down, and I'm going to stick my neck out here and do this. I think there's a good chance this comes right down. Let's push it over there. When I saw this, my thought process, this could come right down. You know when you see these pictures again and again and something inside just goes, I've seen this before somewhere. So let's put my money where my mouth is. Well, not literally, but... So let me just check there's there's no other type of channel up. I can't see anything there. I'd like to see a little pullback here, a couple of little legs. I'm looking for a second entry short. There's a bit of support there, so second entry short around about here. I can't see a larger channel there. We've had that channel where the break 2 pushes to a new high, so my guess is this is now on its way down. So, I'm just going to get an order ready up here so I'm not messing around if it comes. Need a second entry here. That's only a first entry. That's the trouble. Sometimes we just don't get it. Can't see any type of a channel there. I really don't know. I'm just not sure whether there is something up there or not. Let's just ditch that for a minute.
Order cancelled.
Even if I thought there was an uptrend, I couldn't take this as a higher low because we haven't made a new low from here anyway, so. See if we bounced off that 50% from this original move down. So that's interesting. There's a second entry short there. I'm just avoiding things at the moment because I'm a little bit on the fence as to whether I think this is continuing up or whether we're going to push down and test the lows. Latest I've traded for a while. This day's gone quite quick, actually. I think sometimes when you have a bit of a chat, sometimes it's nice to get things out, isn't it? Clear your mind a bit, discuss a few topics. I think it's interesting to do. My trading happened when I stopped taking entries, but I'm just not sure about what I'm seeing. The trouble is, initially you have that urgency that you want to just get in and take a trade, and you don't want to miss a trade, and sometimes that'll lead you to take something a bit impulsive when there's doubts. I think that naturally fade away, doesn't it? I think when you've done it a lot of times and it doesn't go well, I think your brain in the end just goes, I'm leaving things because I'm not sure what's going on. But you kind of don't want to miss out, do you? And I've done it myself. It's a problem I've had, but I'm much better at it now. And I think people just underestimate how long learning to trade takes, because it looks so easy. And I think eventually the more you do it, you do start to filter. You start to get a good filter on what is not clear. We all kind of have our ideas of where price is going, but you need something to go, this is the way we're going now. You know, overall, majority of the time I could sort of work out where I think we're going. Certainly at the moment, I'm a bit unsure because I expected the low. So we had two legs up, we had a push down, but it couldn't get low, and we've gone up, we've pulled up, we've got to pull back again, we're going up. So I'm maybe thinking now, well, you know, at some point you've got to go, I can't keep thinking it'll go lower, it'll go lower. This is the 50% level here. So we know 50% is a common area where price can go to and traders may get back in. You know, you make X amount of money, you pull back half of it and you make X amount again. But this to me is giving me the impression that it's you know, it's trying to push up. I'm seeing bigger orders further up than I am further down, and that general picture for me, I'm thinking that I think price is more likely, but then all of a sudden something can change and it can turn around. But I think that's part of the skill or the part you need to get used to. Some days they can be super clear, other days they can be just, and if that patience gets the better of you on a day that there's a little bit of uncertainty, that's when you're kind of at your most vulnerable, and that's when things can go wrong. And it's damn, you know, if you know, some of you guys have been watching me longer, one of the things I used to do, I used to have the patience of a saint for 3 hours, and the last 5 minutes take an impulsive trade because I was losing my patience, and I used to end up in the red. All that patience. So the principle is simple. Sit in front of your chart till you take what you believe to be a good trade, set your profit, set your stop, take your trade, regardless if it wins or lose, learn from it, process it, put it aside and do it again, and that's it. So the principle is very simple. But once you add emotions into the mix, you know, losing money, blah, 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 that throws a spanner in the works, and we all know then things, shit hits the fan. But the principle's simple, so if you can just try and focus on one trade at a time, sit here, wait for a setup, take it, forget it. And I think that will help. It certainly helps me, but I think it's about being aware of what you're doing and when you're doing it. Sometimes you can sit here half asleep and half of this, and all of a sudden something looks in front of you and boom, before you know it, you're in a trade, you thought it was doing this and it's gone against you. Everything you've said is so true. Can be 3 weeks of terrible decisions, 5 minutes of bad decision, terrific decision, 5 minutes of bad decision. Absolutely. And what I find sometimes is when you lose a trade, the chance of you losing the next one jumps up quite high. So, because you've got that natural, a little bit of frustration. So I think it's good if you can to try and maybe not take a trade for a while. I know in Guardian Angel, in fact, I should be able to open it now, I think. Let me have a look. I've got some new accounts and I haven't reset it. In Guardian Angel, there is a part. If anybody isn't aware of this, I'll show you what it is. So, okay, this is Guardian Angel. I've just opened in a sim at the moment. So if no one's ever seen this, I think it's about $300. So you can set certain parameters that you can't adjust. So for instance, you've got allowed trading times. So if you want to set yourself trading times between X o'clock and X o'clock, Monday to Friday, you can do. You can set a daily loss limit. Some of the ones that I like is position size. So I can set that to 1 contract or 2 contracts. And when I lock it, I can't adjust it. Same again with losing trades, another valuable one. I can set that to 2 losing trades or 1 losing trades and lock it. Losing timeout, I think, is another great tool. I can set 10 or 15 minutes after losing a trade or however long you want, that it will grey all this out and it won't let me trade. So if you found something I used to do, you know, a couple of years back, if I thought I'd been trapped to the downside, I'd automatically buy in the other direction. And as we know, a lot of times it'll stop you out and go in that same direction. So if you suffer from impulsive trades just after a loss, another great tool there, select that, select yourself X amount of minutes to give yourself time to calm down. You've got a winning timeout as well. I don't suffer with the urgency to greedy to get back in when I take a win. In fact, I do the complete opposite, which is a plus for me. A lot of traders, they want more, so they'll jump in. I'm quite happy to walk away after one. And then you can lock settings as well. So I can lock them from Monday to Friday so that I can only get back in and make adjustments between a specific time. Or I can completely lock me out from until weekends where I can go back in and make any adjustments. And then you've got your settings, where at the moment I have my a lock stop order. So when my trade opens, I move my stop into place. I can't extend it. I can't move my stop. I can only move it towards profit. So that's another good. And then obviously you can select it and copy it to all the other different setups. So it's a great bit of software, that is. And that can really help you if you're struggling with those emotions and sometimes you jump in. But there are some useful tools out there if you are struggling a bit that can kind of force you. And I have tried everything I can in my power to try and change things, and you can't do it. It literally locks you out. You can't even delete the software and trade. So it's really useful piece of software, that, if anybody's struggling. I don't know what's going on here at the moment. Is this pushing up, are we? Is this an overshoot? Is this coming down? But what I will say is it's 6:30 now. I've been trading for 4 hours and an hour before the stream. That's the longest day I've streamed for a while. But I think it is valuable to have a talk about things, have a discussion about certain things. It's beneficial for all of us, I think. So, leg and a leg, is this coming down? I got no idea. So I think I'm going to knock on the head for today. I consider this a productive day, in the sense that, well, productive day might be long, but it's an okay day. I've done what I'm supposed to. I've done my job. I haven't taken anything silly. If I'm not sure, I've left it. So I think it's important to take, to have a bit of a plan for the day, stick to it, walk away. You've successfully completed that then. So, sorry I've rabbited on a bit today. Sometimes I do go off on one, but hopefully it's good to have these discussions. You too, bud. Take it easy, Karina. So I'll leave you guys to it anyway. If you're carrying on trading, best of luck. Failing that, I'll be back tomorrow. Have a great evening. Stay safe. And we'll talk again tomorrow. Bye for now.